Good afternoon. Today we're considering a single item, H.R. 3746, the Fiscal Responsibility Act. This bill is the culmination of bipartisan negotiations between President Biden and Speaker McCarthy to responsibly raise the debt ceiling while enacting significant spending cuts and reform. For months, despite repeated requests from Speaker McCarthy, President Biden and congressional Democrats refused to negotiate with House Republicans, insisting on nothing less than a clean debt limit hike. But while the president dithered, House Republicans acted. Last month, we passed the Limit, Save, Grow Act, a bill that responsibly coupled the lift in the debt ceiling with needed fiscal reforms. Indeed, we're the only ones in Washington who acted to address this looming problem. No House Democrat voted for this bill, and unsurprisingly, the Senate has yet to vote on any bill to lift the debt ceiling. But despite the long delays caused by President Biden and Senate Democrats, we finally reached an agreement. Today's bill is a product of compromise and reflects the realities of a divided government. We shouldn't allow that to overshadow what this bill accomplishes. As I've often said, in a true negotiation, you always get less than you want and give up more than you'd like. But with the passage of the Fiscal Responsibility Act, we'll responsibly lift the debt ceiling and avoid a default that would devastate the American economy. And we will achieve real reductions in spending while doing so. Indeed, this is the most consequential spending reduction bill in more than a decade. We're cutting spending year over year, and will be spending less in fiscal year 2024 than we were or are in fiscal year 2023. That has never happened before in combination with legislation on the debt ceiling. We accomplished this while giving an appropriate increase to defense spending and without cutting money for veterans. We will limit future spending increases to 1% annual growth for the next 6 years. We're clawing back $28 billion in unspent COVID pandemic relief money that's no longer needed, which is the largest rescission in history. We're cutting $1.4 billion that would have been spent on IRS agents. Importantly, this bill also achieves real policy victories. The bill includes major reforms to work requirements for SNAP and TANF to incentivize able-bodied adults without dependents to rejoin the workforce and contribute to their communities. The bill blocks the president's demand for $5 trillion in new taxes, and it includes real permitting reform that will speed up the approval process for infrastructure and energy projects. I understand that many members on both sides of the aisle will be dissatisfied with this package. Some of my friends in the minority may not like cutting back spending, and some of my friends in the majority may feel this doesn't go far enough. And there are certainly members like me who would like to spend more on defense than is provided in this bill. But that's to be expected in divided government. At the end of the day, the American people expect us all, Republicans and Democrats alike, to work together for the good of the country. And when we take this bill to the floor, that's exactly what we will achieve. I now yield to my very good friend, our ranking member, Mr. McGovern, for any remarks he wishes to make.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Hillary Clinton says it takes a village. I say it takes a bigger room. I don't know if any more people in this room, but thank you. Look, this is not a happy day. We are less than a week from default, and we've been rushed back to Washington to vote on a deal, all because Republicans wanted to push their luck and play games with the debt limit. Frankly, we should not be here. We should have taken care of this months ago. This represents an all-time high in recklessness and stupidity, quite frankly. And let me just point out the obvious here. Every time Republicans are in charge, they screw things up. The last time Republicans held a majority, we ended up with the longest government shutdown in United States history. Now, here we are today, this time dealing with a totally manufactured crisis that risks the full faith and credit of the United States. Both then and now, Democrats have had to be the adults in the room to come in and clean up their mess. Republicans are unfit to govern. I thank President Biden for his leadership throughout negotiations. This bill could have been a lot more awful than it is. One thing I do know is that I didn't come to Congress to hurt people. And when I listen to my Republican friends, what is clear to me is that we don't share the same values. You know, I'm a Democrat. Got my first job in politics as a paid intern with Senator George McGovern. Great last name, no relation. And I'm still inspired by that experience to this day. You know, when he talked about the Democratic Party, he said what unites us is our desire to propel our great country onward by meeting the needs of the many, not the few. And a bedrock principle for Democrats is that we bring everyone along. And that's not what we're doing here today. And I have some very real, very serious reservations about this bill. My Republican friends just discovered how committed they are to fiscal responsibility. So committed that they've held the global economy hostage for months so that they can force spending cuts that they could not pass through a regular order. Some of the things that they are pushing couldn't pass the House and couldn't pass the Senate, never mind get a presidential signature on their own merits. They bullied their way to this moment. They didn't seem to be so bothered by the deficit when Trump was in office, when they added over $2 trillion to the debt for tax cuts for billionaires. They're only ever really worried about spending when a Democrat is in the White House. If we're genuinely interested in dealing with our deficit, then let's have that debate. We can make sure that the wealthy and the well-connected pay their fair share. We could close tax loopholes that millionaires and billionaires exploit. This bill does the opposite. It drastically cuts the IRS funding that would have kept big corporations in the top 1% in check. Or what about the military budget? Anyone see the piece on 60 Minutes a couple of weekends ago? A former Pentagon official went on and told the world about the price gouging that takes place at the Pentagon on a regular basis. He told us that the Pentagon overpays for almost everything. In one example, the Pentagon paid $10,000 for a $300 oil switch. Now, I know my Republican friends and even some of my Democratic friends claim that reducing military spending would somehow undercut our national security. Well, you know what? We need a new definition of national security in this country, one that requires a tough but lean military budget. But that is not just about bullets and bombs. Our national security must be measured by the prosperity of our people, by whether our families have enough money to buy groceries, and whether we're investing in our schools, our libraries, and our roads and our transportation systems. National security includes the cleanliness of our air and the purity of our water. It includes adequate support for our veterans, for our seniors, and for our children, and all the things that strengthen our communities. If we continue failing to invest in our people, what kind of country will be left for our military to defend 20, 40, or 60 years down the road? But we're hearing from the Republicans, don't look there. We can't find any savings from the bloated military budget. Really? And we can't make the richest corporations pay their fair share in order to get our fiscal house in order. We have some of the wealthiest corporations on the entire planet that pay little to no taxes. They should at least pay the rate of what their lowest paying workers pay. Instead, we have to cut funding that helps the most vulnerable in our country. Give me a goddamn break. Now, I appreciate the Biden administration secured provisions to expand benefits to help some hungry people, like veterans, kids emerging from foster care, and housing insecure people. Thank God he's in office and not Trump. But improving benefits for some does not justify putting 700,000 older adults at risk of losing critical life-saving food benefits. Food and hunger should not be a partisan issue. It's a human issue. And we have over 30 million people in this country who don't know where their next meal will come from. And this current SNAP benefit is on average $6 per person per day. That's $2 per meal. And the majority of people on SNAP who can work, they actually do work. And we also know, by the way, that work requirements don't work. A February 2023 study found that work requirements at SNAP cause a 53% overall reduction in program participation among adults subject to work requirements. Importantly, the paper found these requirements have no effect on employment. A June 2021 research report found no evidence that the ABOD time limit substantially increases employment. And a February 2021 article entitled "The Effects of Changing SNAP Work Requirements on the Health and Employment Outcomes of Able-Bodied Adults Without Dependents," exactly what we're talking about today in this bill. They reported that losing SNAP made people less healthy and had no significant change in employment status. And by the way, my Republican colleagues, for all their talk about this, have held no hearings on this issue. Not one. I actually sit on the Agriculture Committee. I sit on the Nutrition Subcommittee. Not one hearing on this stuff. We're almost in June. Feel so strongly about this stuff? And no hearings? No need to make sure that people who don't want to lose their benefits are protected? So putting aside all of that, Republicans think the way we should get our budgetary house in order is by going after vulnerable people. I don't know what the hell is wrong with them, but that is where what this bill is all about. Make no mistake, these adjustments will make older, poorer Americans hungrier. Full stop. I also have issues with the anti-environmental language in the deal. This bill slashes key NEPA protections, approves the Mountain Valley Pipeline, and doesn't include transmission reform. And we all knew that there would be concessions and compromises. As I said earlier, some of my friends are still withholding support because they believe that this bill doesn't go far enough, that it doesn't hurt people enough, which is outrageous to me. But by weaponizing the debt ceiling, Republicans are establishing a precedent that will haunt us forever, that one party can use the full faith and credit of the United States as a hostage to pass their wildly unpopular ideas. But someday, hopefully not in my lifetime, but someday there will be a Republican president. And you will remember this moment, because what you are trying to do is get things enacted that you could not get done through regular order. It is a lousy, lousy way to govern. Now, this will be a long afternoon, and I'm sure many of our members will have much to say. People will have to decide in the next several hours how they will ultimately vote on this package. But let me end as I began. This is not a happy day. And with that, I yield back.
Without objection, any prepared statements that our witnesses may have will be included in the record. I'd like to welcome our first panel, Chairman Jason Smith and Representative Mike Thompson from the Committee on Ways and Means, and Representative Ron Estes and Ranking Member Brandon Boyle from the Committee on the Budget. Chairman Smith, welcome back to the Rules Committee. I welcome your testimony. Let's, pardon? Take a brief pause and let's see if we can get this up technically. There you go.
There we go.
Okay, we'll resume. Chairman Smith, you're recognized for your opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Cole, Ranking Member McGovern. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to say a few words about the legislation before us that addresses the debt ceiling, and it begins to address the spending binge that got us here. Let's start by talking about why we are here a mere few days prior to potential default. It's because the Biden administration refused to come to the table until 100 days after Speaker McCarthy said, "Let's talk." Even though polls show the majority of Americans, they want a debt ceiling agreement where Congress can cut spending. The refusal to negotiate was a deliberate decision on the part of the White House. It wasted a lot of time and stoked a lot of fear. I should note for my colleagues that Democrats could have raised the debt limit last year when they controlled the House of Representatives. The fact is, we are here because after the last debt limit increase, Democrats blew through the $2.5 trillion debt ceiling increase in 399 days. That's more than $6 billion in new debt issued per day. And when Democrats controlled all of Washington, they increased spending by $10 trillion. And what did the American people get? They got the worst inflation crisis in a generation. Rising interest rates, making their mortgage, their car loan, or small business loan harder to afford. And a trail of wasteful spending of federal tax dollars on everything from golf courses to ski resorts, beach bathrooms, to stimulus checks for prisoners. The only reason we have a solution before us, the Fiscal Responsibility Act, is because Republicans acted responsibly from day one. We called for negotiations. We put forward a plan and passed it in the House of Representatives. We listened to the American people who are tired of the reckless spending and want Congress to behave responsibly. The bill is not everything everyone wanted, but it delivers for the American people on several fronts. For example, it claws back pandemic-era funding that is so clearly no longer needed. This bill will be the largest rescission of previously authorized taxpayer dollars ever signed into law. The bill text is comprised of 20 pages canceling plans to spend tax dollars on wasteful projects. 1/5 of the bill is rescinding projects. It puts the brakes on the past 2 years of Washington's reckless runaway spending. For 10 years, we had discretionary spending caps in Washington. But during 2 years of complete Democrat control, all of that went away. What we saw was an explosion of discretionary spending. For 10 years, we had average annual discretionary growth of roughly 2.5%. Over the last 2 years, the pot of spending for discretionary spending has grown by 16%. This bill also helps more Americans escape poverty. The common sense work requirements will flip the switch on the status quo that right now pays Americans more to stay at home than to find a job. This bill downsizes the outrageous pay raise the IRS was given under one-party Democrat rule. An IRS that with every passing day shows itself less and less deserving of the American people's trust, never mind more of their tax dollars. The Fiscal Responsibility Act brings back administrative pay-go. Had something like that been in place for the last 2 years, the Biden administration would not have been able to issue over $1 trillion worth of executive actions without first finding savings to offset those actions. This bill also reinforces an important precedent. Even from when President Biden was a senator and when he was vice president, the debt ceiling ought to be the mechanism that forces parties to the table to negotiate ways to address Washington's spending habit. It's a shame that it took this long for the president to do the responsible thing. The American people didn't have to wait those 100 days he chose to sit on the sidelines. But we have an agreement now and an opportunity to deliver some big wins for the American people. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Representative Thompson, you're recognized for your opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member McGovern. I'm testifying today on behalf of the Ways and Means Committee, which has jurisdiction over several provisions of the bill before you. President Biden's leadership made this bill possible. The president has been clear for months that default is not an option. His team worked in good faith, understanding Republicans' extremist starting point wouldn't work for the American people. And he secured a compromise that not only protects the full faith and credit of the United States, but also protects our historic legislative accomplishments and the American people's health care while blocking draconian cuts. First and foremost, the bill before you averts what would be a catastrophic default. Congress is in charge with this basic constitutional responsibility. And just as we have done 78 times since 1960, the Republicans were willing to put our hard-earned historic economic recovery on the line to force their extremist agenda. Second, the bill represents a necessary compromise. As the chairman pointed out in his opening remarks, it may not be exactly the bill either party would have written on its own, but reaching a compromise is our responsibility in a divided government, and that's what the president has done here. I have always believed in fiscal responsibility. As a matter of fact, I'm one of the few members in our chamber to have voted against my own bills on the House floor because they were not responsibly paid for when they came to the floor for a vote. I recognize the need to improve our nation's long-term fiscal stability, and I look forward to working with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle in the coming months to achieve that goal. This bill establishes discretionary spending caps, essentially keeping non-defense discretionary spending flat in fiscal year 2024 and allowing for a 1% increase in fiscal year 2025, while meeting the President's proposed military funding level and maintaining funding for veterans' health care and implementation of the PAC Act. This bill also includes provisions streamlining the permitting process for energy projects. Reforms, I'm hopeful, will allow for rapid deployment of renewable energy projects across our country and maintains virtually all of the Inflation Reduction Act passed by the Democrats last year. I'm particularly appreciative that the climate portions of the IRA are protected and that the Medicaid program remains fully intact in this agreement. It's important to note that the bill does claw back significant IRA funding for the IRS. While I have not seen a CBO estimate yet, I think it's worth pointing out that rescinding IRS funding actually makes this bill more expensive, not less expensive. A well-funded IRS is in the best interest of everyone, especially working-class Americans. While I'm disappointed the majority insisted on this rescission, Democrats' investment in the IRS has already ushered in a new era of service for taxpayers. This filing season, calls answered skyrocketed, and more Americans got the assistance they deserve. I'm confident the agency will continue to use the Inflation Reduction Act's investment to deliver full and fair tax administration, and we will continue fighting to ensure it has the resources it needs to hold tax cheats accountable. I'm also concerned by funding cuts for mental health. My understanding is that this legislation slashes funds for mental health professional training, mental health services for healthcare workers, and mental health access for children. I strongly believe that after climate change, mental health is the biggest crisis we face, and I do not see the logic in cutting mental health funding, especially right now. Overall, this legislation achieves what is most important, averting an economic catastrophe, while defending vital federal programs and maintaining Democrats' accomplishments over the past 2 years. It's not a perfect bill, but when you consider where the Republicans started, it represents a reasonable compromise, and I'll support it. I yield back.
Thank you for your statement. Representative Estes, you're recognized for your opening statement.
Chairman Cole, Ranking Member McGovern, members of the Rules Committee, thank you for allowing me to testify today in my capacity as a member of the House Budget Committee. The Fiscal Responsibility Act is more than a bipartisan agreement. It's a win for American people that will start pushing back on the insatiable desire Washington has to spend other people's money. And I hope my colleagues will join me in supporting it in the House. We're here today just days before the federal government cannot pay all its ongoing bills. The government hit the statutory debt limit of borrowing in January, and Treasury Secretary Yellen has been delaying some expenditures using extraordinary measures. This legislation would raise our ability to borrow money for another 2 years and thereby avoid the damaging consequences of not paying our obligations. But as Speaker McCarthy, my Republican colleagues, and I have said for months, we cannot just keep borrowing and spending without addressing the major drivers of our current fiscal mess. Like any family or individual that has gone into deep debt, the underlying causes need to be addressed before we raise the limit on our national credit card and just spend more without any change in behavior. That's why Speaker McCarthy, on behalf of House Republicans, insisted on incorporating some fiscal reforms, as has often been done by previous Congresses in budget negotiations, as part of the debt limit increase. This bill begins that process by putting enforceable spending caps in place for fiscal year 24 and 25. We will spend less money next fiscal year than we did this year. According to CBO, this bill will reduce overall non-defense discretionary spending by $40 billion, or roughly 5.4%, the largest one-year reduction in non-defense spending ever. Spending on non-defense programs will be limited to $704 billion from last year's level of $744 billion, and a reduction of $111 billion compared to the CBO baseline, or $105 billion below the president's request. At the same time, this measure also funds defense at $886 billion for fiscal year 24, a 3.3% increase over fiscal year 23. As far as economic growth measures, in addition to limiting out-of-control spending, the Fiscal Responsibility Act also includes some critical economic growth measures. First, it will increase labor force participation by expanding work requirements for able-bodied adults in the SNAP food stamp and Temporary Assistance for Needy Family, or TANF programs. These are two important reforms that will bring more workers into the labor force, but ensures that only those who can work, the able-bodied adults without dependents, are required to do so. The Fiscal Responsibility Act also includes some needed permitting reforms, which will help build infrastructure, produce more energy, create American jobs, and reduce costs to consumers. Beyond discretionary spending controls and these important economic growth measures, there are other significant provisions in this bill that deserve highlighting. The Fiscal Responsibility Act finally ends the federal student loan moratorium and the so-called interest pause, effective August 31st, 2023. For every month borrowers were allowed to skip payments, $4.3 billion were added to the American taxpayers' debt. 41 months later, the moratorium has cost American taxpayers approximately $176 billion. This bill also rescinds nearly $28 billion in unspent COVID funds. Republicans and Democrats now finally agree the national emergency has ended and this funding is no longer necessary. The dollars were not needed during the emergency. These funds are not yet obligated, and they should be returned to the rightful owner, the American taxpayer. Fiscal Responsibility Act also requires the executive branch to offset any potential spending increases caused by executive actions. This is an important new safeguard as the Biden administration has increased spending by billions of dollars over the past 2 years with its executive actions without congressional authorization. This action alone should be reviewed as a major win for fiscal responsibility. Of course, this bill is not perfect. It does not address all of the things I and others wanted it to do. It's the byproduct of hard-fought negotiations between Speaker McCarthy and President Biden. And when I look at the list of major wins for conservatives and the American people, it's hard not to be excited that we're finally reducing spending, encouraging work, and reining in the executive branch. I've been fighting to change the culture of Washington since Kansans first sent me here 6 years ago, and this bill is another opportunity to make improvements. The alternative is much worse, a so-called clean debt ceiling that once again kicks our opportunity to bring fiscal responsibility to Washington, D.C. down the road. This is a great bill, and it lays the groundwork to continue making positive change that will benefit our country for generations to come. It should be noted that this is only the first step in correcting the financial mess we're in. It took years to get to this point, and it won't change overnight. I introduced an amendment in the last Congress to cut non-defense spending by a mere 1%, and it failed here in the Rules Committee. I'll continue fighting for fiscal sanity, cutting wasteful spending, and promoting economic growth. This is the start of changing that trajectory, and I look forward to working with you all to do even more in the future. I support the bill, and I hope my colleagues do as well. I would be glad to answer any questions. I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Ranking Member Boyle, you're recognized for your opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ranking Member, and to those who are also testifying. You know, there's a lot of rhetoric around this bill and the whole issue regarding the debt ceiling and where we are on spending. So I think it's helpful perhaps to take a step back and recognize exactly where we are in terms of this economy. Right now, as the center-right Economist magazine recently observed, the United States, by far, is leading the economic recovery out of the pandemic. It is not even close. Unemployment is at a 54-year low. GDP growth greater than any other peer economy. We see manufacturing booming, real incomes rising, the gap between the richest Americans and poorest Americans shrinking, and even inflation, which has been a challenge for every economy on earth recovering from the pandemic, it has declined for 10 consecutive months and continues to do so. So maybe one of the best things that Congress can do this year is not get in the way or pass anything that would screw up that world-leading economic recovery. Unfortunately, just a month ago, the bill the House Republicans passed and that no Democrat voted for would have done exactly that. It would have ended this world-leading economic recovery. It would have led to 780,000 fewer jobs and a greater likelihood of a recession next year. Those aren't my words. That is the nonpartisan economic analysis from Moody's. I am very proud that despite the flaws in this bill, we are here with something that will not do that sort of damage to our economy. This bipartisan bill is not perfect. In fact, I've yet to meet one person who loves it. Perhaps that is a sign that it is a fair compromise between a narrowly Republican House and a narrowly Democratic Senate, and of course a Democratic White House. There are, however, things to celebrate in this bill because of what is not in it. The sort of damage that we saw from the Republican partisan bill that passed here just a month ago. This bipartisan budget agreement protects critical services for children and families. The agreement protects critical funding for education, health care, and housing, in contrast to the extreme MAGA Republicans' proposal, which was for 22% cuts and a decade of harmful budget cuts. It protects veterans' health care. One of the most important bills that we passed last session, a Democratic House and Senate with a Democratic president, was the PACT Act. Revolutionary in terms of funding the true health care needs for our veterans. This bill protects the gains of the PACT Act. This bipartisan budget bill protects Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. It protects the historic clean energy infrastructure investments, again, that were passed last term, the largest such investments to address climate change in our nation's history. It also protects the lifelines for vulnerable Americans. The agreement helps more veterans, people experiencing housing instability, and young people aging out of foster care access SNAP while avoiding the most devastating changes extreme MAGA Republicans sought to SNAP and to TANF. Again, this bill is not perfect. But we should take a moment and reflect how close we are to what would be the first ever default in American history. June 5th, we're less than a week away. You know, we've raised the debt ceiling 103 times since 1940. The debt ceiling came in over a century ago during World War I. It was dramatically changed in 1939. So really from 40 on, we can make an apples-to-apples comparison. 103 times the debt ceiling has been raised, the vast majority of those, almost two-thirds, under Republican presidencies. And no, the debt ceiling was actually not created to force Congress to take a look at our spending and debt. Quite the opposite. Treasury created it to make it easier for our nation to pay our bills and avoid default. Something has been going on since the summer of 2011 that is quite dangerous. This has been the most dangerous moment since that summer of 2011, when our nation received its first ever credit downgrade. Fitch has already put us on notice that we may suffer a downgrade from that rating service as well. Last time we experienced such a downgrade, GAO found it increased our borrowing costs by billions. We may face that yet again. We may survive this time and not go over the cliff, and just within hours of the deadline, by the time this passes the Senate, avoid default. But if we keep tempting fate like this, we are, maybe sooner rather than later, going to default, which would be devastating. It would launch at least 8 million job losses, if not more. It would affect not just the U.S. economy, but the global economy, and have ramifications that are actually hard to predict. We have to stop doing this. Threatening default on our nation's debt is not the way to drive a budget agreement. Frankly, if the X date was not falling June 5th, let's say the timing were different and that it were not for another year off, I suspect the budget agreement we would have reached this September would look a lot like what is in front of us today. So this whole exercise of the majority party holding our economy hostage was completely unnecessary and dangerous. We have to reform this debt ceiling process once and for all before it's too late. With that, I'll be happy to yield back.
Thank you for your statement. I have just a few questions, and I'll start with you, Chairman Smith, if I may. Obviously, the legislation before us today isn't the Limit, Save, and Grow Act, which we passed, but is it fair to say that this legislation embodies some of the key principles in that legislation? And if so, could you describe some of the ways in which that's true?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. Under the Limit, Save, Grow Act, for example, we had provisions to lift people out of poverty. And those provisions, a lot of them still remain in this legislation. For example, TANF, the reforms that we did to TANF are the most substantial reforms that TANF has seen in more than 2 decades. And I would like to reiterate that, in fact, our committee on March 29th held a hearing about TANF reforms and work requirements. So in regards to the Ways and Means jurisdiction and work requirements, we held a hearing on March 29th. And when you look at some of the reforms on TANF here, I said it was the most substantial in more than 2 decades. Part of, whenever you're looking at the provisions of TANF, you see states are supposed to meet a 50% work participation rate. Right now, we know that 34 states have a 0% work participation rate, and 57% of TANF recipients are not engaged in work. This final bill keeps our policies from the Limit, Save, Grow Act to reset the baseline for calculating the rate and prohibiting states from gaming the system through small check schemes. This bill also keeps a provision to require the Department of Health and Human Services to report work outcomes. We fought to keep these important measures to restore accountability and make sure states are engaging people to find work and climb out of poverty. In regards to the IRS, the Fiscal Responsibility Act echoes the call on the Limit, Save, Grow Act to roll back Biden's plan to massively expand the IRS. The Ways and Means Committee asked for the plan from the IRS of how that they would spend the $80 billion. And in that plan, they called for using $1.4 billion to increase in hiring IRS agents. Our bill in this proposal eliminates that $1.4 billion for this year, which will only help safeguard working class families, that they won't see an increase of audits. In fact, it has been projected that under the IRS expansion of $80 billion, you would see 600,000 more audits on people making less than $75,000 a year. In regards to the rescissions in this bill, $29 billion. This is the largest rescissions bill that could be signed into law if this is passed. That's pretty substantial. 1/5 of the pages of this bill solely eliminates programs. That is a huge victory. And so you could go line by line. I would say that the provision that is actually Representative Massey's provision in putting where if you don't pass all 12 of the appropriations bills by the end of the fiscal year, it would put in a CR, cutting 1% in place, is transformational and huge. This bill will cut spending next year of what it currently is this year. That is something that Congress does very, very rarely. And so I think it's a big win.
Two other quick questions. Have any of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle in the House yet voted to raise the debt ceiling?
You know, in fact, not one Democrat in the House or the Senate has voted to make sure our country does not default to this Congress. Only Republicans have voted to make sure our country does not default.
And has the Democratic Senate even produced a plan to raise the debt ceiling?
No, and they can't muster the plans. You know, the blank check debt limit increase that has been asked by the president prior to this agreement, if the United States Senate could pass it, they would. But they can't even get 51 votes in their body to pass it. So the only proposal that has been passed by anybody is the Limit, Save, Grow Act, which was solely with Republican votes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Estes, let me go to you next, if I may. Are there any mechanisms in the Fiscal Responsibility Act that would prevent Congress from raising spending caps?
Yes. There is hard caps on fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25. Not only do we see a reduction in spending from fiscal year 23 to fiscal year 24, but then those are capped going forward into fiscal year 25 that only have a 1% increase in the subsequent year. And then for the next 6 years beyond that, it's also requirements that it be capped at 1% as well moving forward, so that future Congresses know that's the direction that we wanted to go to limit that spending.
Thank you very much. With that, I'll go to my good friend, the ranking member, for any questions he cares to pose to the panel.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to yield to Ms. Scanlon to ask questions first, and I will go at the end.
That's certainly fine. Lady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This isn't legislation, it's hostage-taking, and it's not worthy of the American people. It's supremely irresponsible to threaten a global economic meltdown in order to appease a radical minority. But here we are today, forced to address a manufactured debt ceiling crisis that has rattled global economic markets because right-wing members of the House have a stranglehold on House majority and its leadership. Republicans in the House, influenced by their most extreme members, decided to hold our country's economy hostage in order to take food out of the mouths of hungry Americans. If my colleagues on this committee and in the House think it's good policy to take food away from hungry seniors and families, if they want to pretend to care about government spending and our deficit while refusing to require billionaires to pay their fair share, if they want to take away enforcement tools so it's easier for the ultra-wealthy to cheat on their taxes or for big corporations to pollute our air and water, if they want to continue to argue for the failed policy of trickle-down economics, then let's have that debate and argue those points in committee and on the House floor while going through regular order. Let them bring bills to the floor here and in the Senate and explain to their constituents why they'd rather protect the ultra-wealthy than their neighbors struggling to put food on the table. And let's debate that through the legislative process that our democracy set up. Let them explain why it's fair to give trillions of tax cut dollars to wealthy corporations and billionaires while denying food and mental health care and student loan relief to struggling Americans. To twist our democratic processes and hold American jobs and retirement accounts hostage while they continue to fight for radical policies that could never get the votes to pass in a single subject bill on the House floor, and to fight for tax cuts for billionaires and corporations. This is irresponsible. So let's not pretend this is a serious legislative effort when we are in fact watching what happens when radical members of a political party try to impose their extremist views on the entire country. We know that folks have tuned in today to watch the Rules Committee to see if some of our colleagues will make good on their threats to burn the global economy to the ground if they don't get their way. But let's remember that there's a huge difference between reality and reality TV. Reality TV relies upon manufactured drama and cliffhangers. But there are real consequences and responsibilities when Congress acts or fails to act. And the blurring of lines around performance and posturing by members of Congress when lives and livelihoods are at stake does a grave disservice to our country and to every American. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for whether questions he cares to pose to our panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Chairman Smith, from my understanding, the Biden administration's extreme and radical budget for FY24, it included $5 trillion worth of tax increases. Is that correct?
It did. $5 trillion worth of tax increases, which was a huge win that this piece of legislation did not have any tax increases. It's not that the administration didn't try to put tax increases in the negotiations on working class families, but Speaker McCarthy and his team was able to prevent that from happening.
And there's also provisions in this regarding work requirements, permitting reform. Would you like to talk about how that would actually grow the economy?
Absolutely. In regards to the work requirements of the changes of SNAP and also TANF, this will help lift people out of poverty. This will help guide the path where it's more an incentive to work than to have a government check. It will help with the labor shortage, something that is extremely important. When you travel anywhere across America, there's help wanted signs everywhere, and this is a factor that is extremely helpful when you're looking at the proposals that's within it.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. Chairman Estes, it's my understanding that since President Biden took office, we've been on a trajectory in the next 10 years to add $10 trillion to our spending trajectory. Am I correct in that?
Yes, it is. Just showing from standpoint of when I came here 6 years ago, it would have taken $6 trillion to close the gap of spending over a 10-year period. Now that's up to almost 16. If you look at President Biden's proposed budget for the next 10 years, it actually raises the deficit by $17 trillion over that 10-year period.
And how does this bill help to counter that extreme spending?
So the focus of the bill, and particularly the first 6 years, is putting a cap on what is being budgeted to go through that process so that we can put limits on a year-to-year basis of the amount of money that is budgeted and then therefore spent, and also including the economic growth provisions that we put into the bill. Those provisions will help make sure the economy grows. And actually, one of the things that we've seen is a strong health economy generates more tax revenue that comes into the federal government. I'll just use as an example, after we did the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, passed that in 2017, Congressional Budget Office estimated that there would be roughly $4.00 trillion in tax revenue in the year 2022. What we actually saw was $4.9 trillion. So positive activity, positive tax revenue from economic growth, which helps make sure that we can fund our obligations.
Thanks, I appreciate it. Chairman Smith, did you have anything you wanted to add? I saw you.
Yes, Representative. I would just add that from just the last 2.5 years, we've not had spending caps. And under 2 years of that 2.5 years, it was one-party Democrat rule. where they controlled the White House, the House, and the Senate. And you saw an increase of $10 trillion in spending with no caps. You also saw an increase in discretionary spending within that window of 16% of an increase with no caps. However, the years prior to that, the 10 years prior to that, we had caps, and you only saw discretionary spending increase on average of 2.5%. So the provisions in here with the 6-year caps will make a huge impact because our country right now is not operating on any kind of cap.
Thank you, Chairman. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman from Colorado is recognized for any questions he has for the panel.
I thank the chairman. A couple questions on the substance of the proposal, but first I want to talk a bit about process. So grateful to have each of the witnesses here from the various committees of jurisdiction. I must say I'm a bit struck by some of the comments that have been made both by the witnesses and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. In a normal negotiation, one would expect that a party that had just successfully negotiated an agreement with another party would be proud of that negotiated product, might be a bit magnanimous, might concede that both parties in the negotiation were able to get something out of the deal and ultimately are committed to moving forward for the benefit of the American people, with the exception of perhaps Mr. Estes. And so I'm not going to include him in this broad brush because I think his remarks are a bit more tempered. I have yet to see any of that from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. It strikes me the only person who's being magnanimous about any of this is President Biden, who has taken that approach during the pendency of these negotiations. Why are we here at this hour? Because Republicans have brought us to the brink of a potential default, the first in our country's history. And as the chairman, or the former chairman, our ranking member, so eloquently noted in the beginning, this is a manufactured crisis. No question about it. House Republicans are in control. You have the gavels. You are in the majority. And the fact that we are now a mere few days from a potential default because the majority has decided to engage in this hostage-taking that my colleagues have described, I think, is a dangerous harbinger for how this body may function into the future. Now, I heard a number of my colleagues, and I was a bit surprised to hear the chairman use some of these phrases, sort of laying blame at the president and describe, I think he used the word dithering and long delays. I hope we can certainly disabuse the American public of any of these exaggerations and, in my view, falsehoods around the nature of the negotiations that have taken place. The president put forward a budget months ago. Mr. Chairman, Chairman Smith, do you know when the president submitted his budget to the United States Congress?
I don't remember, but it was
March 9th.
It was late. It was due February 1st.
Oh, I'm glad you noted that. Chairman Smith, when did the Republicans submit their budget?
You would need to ask the budget.
I would need to ask the budget chair. Well, Mr. Estes, when did the Republicans submit their budget? Only in the Rules Committee, by the way, could a witness lay blame at the president for being a few weeks late in submitting his budget when his party hasn't submitted a budget, period. I don't know if I'm living in the twilight zone. I mean, again, I'm not suggesting that, that one cannot make points, substantive points, and have reasonable disagreement about the merits of the underlying proposal. But what I take issue with is this kind of constant scorched earth mentality of, again, laying blame at the White House at every turn, notwithstanding that this is a deal that your party has negotiated with the White House. Republicans didn't submit a budget. They filed their bill, the Default on America Act. I understand you have a different name for it. Chairman Smith, when was that bill filed?
I don't know what you mean, the Default America
The Save,
Act.
Limit, Grow Act, when was that submitted to the Congress?
Oh, that's clearly not the bill that you were just talking about. The Limit, Save, Grow Act was passed out of Congress in April.
April 25th is when it was introduced. So the president puts forward his budget in early March. He tells House Republicans and Speaker McCarthy, put forward your budget, put forward your proposal, and let's have a conversation.
A budget is
Mr.
not a
Smith,
debt limiting.
I'm gonna
It's two different
I'm gonna
things.
claim my time, and you'll
Okay.
have an opportunity to respond at the end. the president submits the budget, gives Republicans an opportunity. Republicans don't file it mid-March, late March, early April. The House adjourns for a 2-week break. Mid-April, still nothing. Finally, House Republicans introduce their bill, not a budget, blueprint, but a bill. They pass it that same week, and then the House adjourns for another recess. The day the House comes back, the president brings forth the Speaker, the Senate leadership, and the Minority Leader of the House to have a conversation about resolving the impasse. So again, facts are facts. Obviously, we're going to have disagreements about the propriety of the spending cuts or revenue decisions with respect to the underlying bill that's being proposed today. But let us dispense with the blame around delays that, unfortunately, my colleagues have been so stuck on. Now, Ranking Member Boyle, you said something that I thought was important for folks who are tuning in, and of course, usually we don't have this much media in the Rules Committee. Often we don't have these kinds of interesting hearings, and I suppose, again, it's because the stakes are so high. But this is not the first time that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle have decided to engage in this kind of hostage-taking. We were here, not you and I, but the Congress was here, the American people were here a decade ago when they did this previously. And I guess I wonder if you might expound a bit on what this type of hostage-taking suggests may be in our future to the extent that it continues to happen.
Yeah, Mr. Neguse, that is correct. In the summer of 2011, unlike any other period, even though the debt limit itself has existed since World War I, and even in its modern form since the late 1930s, really 2011 was a milestone, because that's the first time in the history of the debt ceiling we saw one party weaponize it to such a degree. It roiled the markets. They dropped, I believe, 17%, including 5% in one day. And even though the debt ceiling was ultimately raised, by coming within just a few days of deadline, it led to the first ever downgrade in American history. Downgrade was done by Standard & Poor's. GAO has subsequently found it has increased our borrowing costs by billions of dollars. So after all of that turmoil and after all of that tumult, it actually ended up increasing the national debt and increasing the cost to taxpayers. It also created a dangerous precedent that now this Republican majority, again with a House Republican majority and a Democrat in the White House, they decided to follow that 2011 game plan. So we had been put on warning by at least one credit agency that we may face another downgrade. You know, the reality is, the more this goes on and the more this goes on, first, as I mentioned before, we tempt fate that we will actually go over the cliff and bring the global economy with it. But we also run the risk that we will one day not be the reserve currency of the world. The reason why our interest rates are so low comparatively is because we are a safe haven for investment for the rest of the world. These sort of antics increasingly bring that into doubt, whether or not folks will get their money, the folks who are lending to us. So this is it's a dangerous pattern that was really created in 2011. This has been another major milestone when it comes to the debt ceiling. And I'm truly worried in terms of what the future looks like if we don't dramatically change this system.
Well, I thank the ranking member. I share your sentiments, and I think one benefit of this legislation, to President Biden's credit, is that it takes this kind of hostage-taking off of the table for the duration of the 118th Congress by virtue of the limit being extended through January of 2025. But nonetheless, this isn't sustainable. And Ranking Member McGovern's warnings, I think, are prescient. And I would challenge my Republican colleagues to recognize those warnings, to be cognizant of that, because clearly if this becomes the precedent, irrespective of which party might be in power in Washington or the political affiliation of the president at a given time. To the extent the debt ceiling is up, it will incentivize this kind of hostage taking into the future. Now, in terms of the substance of the proposal, again, I'll perhaps go to you, Chairman Smith, because I think, again, Mr. Estes, you described a variety of the different provisions in the bill, at least some of those, in ways that I think are consistent with the underlying language of the bill. And this bill is not perfect by any stretch. There are a variety of provisions that I certainly disagree with. But I do think the bill, on balance, does a number of things. One, it averts catastrophic default. As Ranking Member Boyle articulated, the consequences of a default on our debt would be devastating to everyday Americans across our country, in Kansas and Colorado, everywhere. Two, it, as I said, takes the hostage-taking off of the table for the duration of this Congress. And then finally, it protects core American programs for a lot of Americans. Social Security, Medicare, veterans benefits, programs that House Democrats have been fighting to protect and have successfully protected over the course of these last 30 days, evident by the bill that we have before us. I was a bit surprised, Chairman Smith, when our chairman, Chairman Cole, asked the question of you to essentially describe the parallels, or this wrong phrase, similarities between the limit, the April bill, I'm forgetting the phraseology here, Save, Grow, Limit, bill that you all introduced in April, and this bill. And your response was, I wrote it down because I was so struck by it. You said, you can go, quote, line by line. I've spent the last couple of days reviewing this bill since the legislative text was released. So I have done that. I suspect many of my colleagues have as well. And what I see certainly doesn't comport with the bill that was passed back in April. Medicaid. This agreement doesn't include any changes to the work requirements for Medicaid, which your bill, the April bill, did. As we know, it would ultimately put at risk 21 million Americans in terms of potentially losing Medicaid. This bill does not do that. This bill, as you said, includes a rescission of IRS funding, and Ranking Member Designee Thompson explained this as well, of $1.4 billion. My read of the April bill that you had proposed was a $180 billion rescission. Am I using the right number, or is that incorrect?
180 billion, more like 72 billion.
72 billion, okay. So $1.4 billion versus $72 billion. Those two numbers don't strike me as similar. I mean, if you were going to ask me and say, are these two numbers similar, I would say no. But anyway, we can go down the list line by line. Fully funding veterans' medical care. We call it, the Default America Act, cut $200 million for VA research, $1.2 billion for VA technical research. This bill fully funds medical care for veterans, including the funding, as Ranking Member Boyle said, for the PACT Act's Toxic Exposure Fund at the levels that were included in the President's fiscal year 2024 budget. SNAP eligibility. This bill includes SNAP eligibility for veterans, for those who are homeless, a variety of different vulnerable people, understanding the change that you articulated in your colloquy with Mr. Cole, with Chairman Cole. But in addition to those changes you described, and I'm not taking issue with, well, I take issue perhaps substantively with them, I'm not taking issue with your description of them, but I am simply saying alongside those, adjacent to those, there is the reality that this bill does in fact expand SNAP for certain veterans. And so I guess my point here, again, perhaps leaning on something that, or a theme, I suppose, that Mr. Thompson, Mr. Estes, and Mr. Boyle, I think all touched on, which is that this is a compromise measure. Not everybody got what they wanted. It's not perfect, but ultimately it will avert a disastrous default, and it protects core programs that are going to benefit a lot of Americans. And I was hopeful that that would be the enduring theme of this particular hearing, given that this is a bill that Speaker McCarthy and his party, ostensibly, or at least on his party's behalf, negotiated with the president. And it's unfortunate that it hasn't been the tone, but nonetheless, we'll do my best to try to bring that to bear here. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized for any questions she might have for the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first, I think I'm going to just call on Mr. Estes. I think there was some things he wanted to respond to.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. One of the things I just wanted to reiterate back about the budget is that the president's responsible to do a budget in February. Didn't get that done until March. The House is responsible to do a budget in April and pass the Limit, Save, Grow Act in April that included budgetary spending amounts. And as part of that, yes, that did not go through, you may say that didn't go through the committee process, but you could also say that it's been 2009 since the Democrats in a majority had passed a budget through the committee. So I don't really want to get into a lot of tit for tat on different things, but there's facts out there that may not get highlighted in the discussion. I know there's been some discussion around Republicans holding the country hostage with this. You could make the claim that President Biden held America hostage for 100 days while he didn't sit down to negotiate. So when we focus on, as was brought up earlier, that this bill has some good provisions in it. It's not perfect. I personally would want it to be better. It does put some limits on the spending, which is really where we need to go. Because going back to 2011, when Standard & Poor's did the rating downgrade for the United States government, one of the things, or the primary thing they said was the problem was they were concerned that there wasn't the political will to actually rein in spending and align that. It wasn't the amount of the debt, it was the spending and the controlling that process. So that's one of the things as we look at from a budget and spending side that we've got to get our arms wrapped around.
Thank you. And Mr. Smith, or Chairman Smith, excuse me, I was going to ask you, Mr. Estes commented a little bit about the budgeting process, but there was an exchange with you and one of the members regarding the budget. And what has happened in the past? Because I wanted to make sure that that was clear as to how it's been handled the last few years.
Absolutely. Thank you, Representative. The last 4 years, until Republicans took the majority in January, the Democrats were in charge. And throughout those 4 years, the Democrats never had a budget in their committee marked up. They did a couple shell budgets on the floor to trigger reconciliation that led to the trillions of dollars of spending, which led to the highest inflation in a generation, which led to the fastest increase of interest rates in the last 15 years. That is hurting every American, where it is more of a struggle for them to put food on their table, clothes on their backs, and gasoline in their cars. But yeah, the Democrats, when they were in control, never had a budget marked up or debated within the budget committee.
And so my understanding, and I was here for a couple of that, it came right to Rules Committee, and that was the only place that anyone had any opportunity to see or hear of what was going on with that budget.
That's exactly right. You know, I will just reiterate, the prior representative was trying to say that all four of us aren't on the same page. This bill, as I said in my opening statement, does not make everyone happy. But it does deliver some wins for Americans. And that's what a compromise and an agreement is. There's people that's gonna like some stuff, there's stuff you're gonna like and you're gonna dislike. There's a lot of stuff that I like. There's also stuff that I wish would have went farther. And there's some other stuff that I don't like. But it's clearly to mischaracterize that I have not said that this is not a perfect bill is not accurate.
Thank you. And I just wanted to go back. I know that there was some mention at some point of rescissions, and you talked a little bit about that, but I'm kind of curious about the COVID rescission and the IRS rescission and how those differed, you know, as you're talking about a compromise, how those differed from the Limit, Save, Grow Act.
Under the Limit, Save, Grow Act, we felt like there was $50 to $60 billion in unobligated COVID dollars, but In this act, it's 29 billion is what they have in unobligated COVID dollars. They said that that's what it is spent down to in that aspect. In regards to the IRS funding, we directly take out $1.4 billion, which $1.4 billion is the exact number that the IRS's plan calls for hiring additional IRS agents.
And the COVID, was the COVID rescissions, did that differ from the Limit, Save, Grow? Did you mention that?
It did. The Limit, Save, Grow Act was somewhere between 50 and 60 billion, and this is 29 billion.
But I
in
mean, there were different rescissions, because I understand the difference in the IRS, but the rescissions, but just wondering what the COVID, or was that just the same?
It's just saying less money was available in those 5 weeks.
Okay, all right, thank
You
you.
know, government likes to spend money.
Yeah, thank you very much. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized for any questions she cares to address to the panel.
Thank you so very much, Chairman Cole. And, you know, I think it is really important that we discuss what's really happening here and we focus on why we're here and how we got here. And I completely disagree with the fact that idea that we're here because we have failed somehow to address a budget, because that is not why we're here. We are here because Republicans have sown chaos, calamity, and confusion ever since they took office in January. We took a week to elect a speaker. And now we're here because Republicans are holding Americans hostage by refusing to pay America's bills. And thank you so much, Ranking Member Boyle, for setting out what that actually means and does to our economy and does to our financial future. And we need to always remember, right? We've said it over and over again. I think it constantly merits saying over and over again. Republicans had no trouble increasing the debt by nearly $8 trillion under Trump. $8 trillion. And they voted 3 times to raise the debt ceiling. Let's contrast that with what happened under Biden in the first 2 years. We expect that first 2 years of his being in office, the deficit will be reduced by $1.4 trillion. Because we need to remember that budgets are not just what do you spend money on. Budgets are also how do you raise revenue. And what we have been looking at is both raising the revenue needed to pay for the things America wants us to have, whether that's manufacturing in the United States. We hear over and over again about the importance of manufacturing in the United States. Well, guess what? Last Congress, we made something happen on that. We passed a bill so we could start manufacturing what we need in America. And then we passed the revenue provisions to make sure that we raise the revenue to pay for that. That is really what we did. Today, though, we have been forced into this place, into this precipice of financial ruin because of the Republicans' refusal to raise the debt limit. They tossed the regular process out, as it was pointed out by our Republican witnesses today. They didn't go through the regular process of having hearings, of having a good discussion of what should or should not be included. Hostage. Instead, they chose hostages, and hostages are their words, right? Hostage is a word that we've talked about, but it is a word that Republicans have used when they've talked about negotiating around the debt limit. And the problem with paying ransom is that hostage takers tend to keep taking hostages, right? Normally, hostage taking is a criminal act. In this instance, it is an act against the American people. Ranking Member Boyle, your opening testimony in response to Representative Goose highlighted the problem, right? And you took us back and talked about what happened in 2011, and you talked about how Standard & Poor downgraded our credit rating. You were very diplomatic. You didn't actually say who took us to that crisis, who refused to increase the debt ceiling at that time.
Yes, so in 2011, and this may sound familiar, there was a Democrat in the White House and Republicans had just won control of the House of Representatives. And you can always tell when there's a Democrat in the White House because then Republicans suddenly are concerned about deficit and debt. When there's a Republican in the White House, concerns about the deficit and debt go away. As you pointed out, no single president in a 4-year period added more to the national debt than Donald Trump. $8 trillion in a 4-year period, and Republicans were in control of Congress during half of his presidency. But now, just 5 years later, with a Democrat in the White House and Republicans in control, we're seeing the same exact playbook that we saw in 2011.
And we see this over and over again, where Republicans claim fiscal responsibility, but actually act incredibly irresponsible. Over and over again, Republicans increase the deficit, they increase it. It depends on what they choose, right? And as our ranking member pointed out, are you going to give more money than the military actually wants? Are you going to invest in our communities and our people? Now, Standard & Poor's, they downgraded our credit rating. Have they raised that credit limit rating?
No, there are 3 credit agencies, Standard & Poor's, which was the one that downgraded us in 2011, never increased our, never reversed their downgrade. And frankly, my concern and the worry right now is that the other 2 credit agencies will now follow suit, given the events of the last couple months, which obviously look very much like 2011 all over again.
And so this kind of activity both has a negative impact immediately when we're in this moment of crisis and chaos that's been created by the Republicans, but there is this longer-term impact which you've been trying to explain to us. Is that right?
Yeah, that's exactly correct. And so, for many months, a lot of people were asking me, will we default, will we not default? And I attempted to point out exactly what you just said, that there is real damage even in coming close to the deadline, as we saw in 2011, and as I think we're seeing here right now. And that damage is not just limited to that time period, but we end up having to suffer from it for years to come.
So, Representative Thompson, you're nodding your head. Did you want to add something to this?
Well, I concur with what my colleague, the ranking member, said. We do run the risk of seeing our credit rating again dropped, which is going to be more expensive for the American people. There's a lot of discussion today about taxpayer dollars, the American people's dollars. We're going to be paying a lot more of those if we go through another round of credit downrating. One thing that hasn't really been talked about much is the other impact this gamesmanship has. And I'm certain that every one of us in this room who represents a congressional district has seen this over the last couple of months. We have unnecessarily worried veterans. We have unnecessarily worried seniors. We have unnecessarily worried anyone who is retired or about to retire and whose retirement is somehow attached to the stock market. We've embarrassed ourselves in the eyes of our allies and our adversaries, and this was all unnecessary. We could have done what we've done many times before, and as was pointed out by a number of members on the committee, what we did in the last administration. We could have paid our bills and moved on to negotiate these things that are so important / worrisome to all of us through the regular order of the budget process. The work requirements has been talked about a lot today. We're in the middle of the Farm Bill. That's where you deal with that. We already have work requirements. If you think they need to be amended, the Farm Bill is the place to do that, and that's what we should be doing, and we should quit causing alarm and unnecessary worry to the American people.
Thank you, Representative Thompson. And I think part of the worry was that the Republicans' Default on America Act, that actually did not protect seniors. It did not protect veterans. It did not protect the programs that America relies on, because it would have cut all of that. We saw that H.R. 2811 could have seen 22% cuts to food inspections, which would have cost our agricultural production $89 billion. We are both have what you grow in your rural district is very different than what we grow in mine. I've got cattle, you've got wine, right? But it's like that would have been a big hit. It could have meant fewer air traffic controllers, so that those overburdened travelers would have had to wait even longer times. Go over and over again. There were so many things that were not protected in Republicans' 2811. That was their ransom. Their ransom was 2811, which we refer to as the Default on America Act. They added different words. But we asked them if they would protect veterans back then. We brought up amendments, Democrats did, I did, many of these, to say, if you believe that we should protect veterans, let's pass this amendment. Let's allow the amendment to be heard on the House floor, because my constituents were worried. And I asked our Republican witnesses, what would you say I should explain to my constituents about the fact that there could be drastic cuts in rural development, ranchers and farmers from the Farm Bill getting cut? And what they told me, the witnesses said, was, you should tell them that we have to prioritize. So let's talk about priorities. Republicans voted against every single one of those amendments. They would not let them be heard on the floor that would have protected rural development. They said, no, priority, that's not our priority. It's not rural America. We tried to put out amendments to protect rail safety, because we had just had the crash in Palestine, food inspections, nutrition programs, so much more. And over again, Republicans rejected even hearing the amendments on the House floor. But you know who listened? Is veterans listened. We made sure that we went out and explained what their bill would have done to veterans. We made sure we went out and explained what it would have done to senior citizens, to Medicare, to Social Security. We made sure that the American people heard that over and over again. We went to our districts, and in our districts, they were worried. They were very worried, and that message got out. And what I am very glad about is that the White House listened, that those who were in the room negotiating from the Democratic perspective listened. And so the bill we have seen here today is not the drastic Default on America bill. It's very different. And it's going to raise the debt limit. It's going to also give everybody peace of mind for at least 2 years. So while the Default on America bill would have slashed funding to the Indian Health Service potentially, H.R. 3746 allows advanced appropriations for the Indian Health Service to make sure that our health clinics can stay open if we don't pass a spending bill on time. And I will continue to work with Chair Cole. I'm very grateful for all the work he's done to make sure we have those advanced appropriations so we can actually make that permanent. The Default on America bill would have overturned clean energy tax credits and health care for veterans. We are not seeing that anymore in this bill. So while Democrats and President Biden have kept us from the worst, but Ranking Member Boyle, is H.R. 3746 the kind of bill that we could have negotiated through the appropriations process, budgeting process, in regular order?
Yes, absolutely. I mentioned I think I mentioned in my opening statement that if the X date, in terms of by when the debt ceiling needed to be raised, happened to be sometime next year, I feel very confident that this agreement, this bipartisan agreement that's before us, is probably what it would have looked like come August, September during the normal appropriations process as we worked to meet the midnight September 30th deadline. So this whole exercise in taking the economy hostage that the House majority Republicans have taken us down, in the end was just entirely unnecessary.
Right. Thank you. And as I mentioned earlier, budget isn't just about the money you spend, it's also about the money you raise. Chairman Smith, would a corporate global minimum tax raise revenue for the United States?
A corporate global minimum tax. If you're talking about the corporate global minimum tax that this administration has entered into in Pillar 2 with OECD, that will in fact suck out $120 billion. And this administration made that agreement, which is bizarre to me.
We have seen that there are actually numbers that it would raise it, the same way that a minimum tax for billionaires would raise revenue. Closing tax loopholes that benefit hedge funds and private equity would raise revenue. Republicans have rejected over and over again proposals that would raise money from those who are the wealthiest and the biggest corporations. For some reason, they don't want to invest in working Americans, in families, in our seniors, in our veterans, and instead they're constantly protecting their billionaire buddies. So I just want to touch on one last thing. Chairman Smith, we've heard preliminarily that this bill might, what is the estimated impact on deficit reduction from this bill?
I first want to respond. The global minimum tax that you just referred to, it is a fact. That proposal would pull $120 billion out of our country from American workers and give it to 130 other nations. That is what the global minimum tax that this administration has entered into with the folks at OECD.
Well, you haven't answered. What do you think what is the expected deficit savings from this bill?
$2 trillion.
$2 trillion. It was mentioned earlier that the president had sent over a budget. Ranking member, can you tell us what that proposed budget would have done to the deficit?
I was proud that President Biden announced his official budget in my congressional district in Philadelphia. That included deficit reduction of over $3 trillion.
So let me get this. This bill that we have before us, they suggest it's going to be a $2 trillion deficit reduction. But the president submitted a budget that would have had a $3 trillion deficit. So once again, the Democrats' proposal is more fiscally responsive and invests in what Americans need, growing the economy from the bottom up and the middle out. I think with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield
Thank you.
back.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for whatever questions he cares to pose to the panel.
Thank you, Chairman. There's been a lot of discussion in the media about whether this reduces spending or caps spending, or if it does not do that. So I want to get to the bottom of that. The president said in a tweet, "It is an important step forward that reduces spending." Ranking Member Boyle, do you agree that this reduces spending?
I believe that in terms of defense spending, it includes a 3% increase. With respect to non-defense discretionary, it is a small decrease over this past fiscal year 2023.
Thank you. Mr. Estes, do you think this bill reduces spending or will cause a reduction in spending?
This bill will cause a reduction in spending based on the budget caps.
Ranking Member Thompson, do you believe this is going to reduce spending or cause a reduction? You do? I'm sorry. I do. And what about you, Chairman Smith? Is this going to reduce spending?
Yes, it will reduce spending without increasing taxes. I know the prior representative was talking about the president's budget that will reduce the deficit by $3 trillion, but in that same budget, the president increases taxes by $5 trillion.
Thank you. Another question I'll start with Ranking Member Boyle. Can you describe how this, on page 12, it's called Section 102, how the 1% cut would take effect on January 1st, 2024?
Sorry, are you referencing the legislation?
Yeah, referencing the legislation, there's a Section 102 which purports to cut the CR, if there is a CR, by 1% on January 1st, 2024. Can you tell us about that? The reason I'm asking is I'm surprised to see the White House agreed to it. I don't mean to put you on the spot.
did not have the bill in front of us, but I thank my friend Ron Estes, who is better, obviously, on the internet than I am. So can you refer to you're talking about section 12, which?
Page 12, section 102, special adjustments for fiscal years 2024 and 2025. I believe this bill calls for an automatic 1% spending cut across the board on January 1st, 2024, if we haven't passed 12 appropriations bills by then.
Right, that was, you hadn't mentioned that last part. That's the provision, I'm just going to go off my general knowledge
That's
of
fine.
it. That is the provision that if the 12 appropriations bills are not passed by midnight September 30th, then an automatic 1% reduction, both to defense and non-defense, would kick in.
And I think the idea behind that is if we haven't done 12 bills to get people to the table, does anybody want to comment on that? Mr. Estes?
Part of the process that we operate under when we operate under regular order, and it was the stick, if you will, and as the ranking member pointed out, it, unlike some of the other provisions, it applies to both sides, both non-defense and defense, idea being that it would push everybody to do their job.
I mean, that's the remarkable thing to me about that provision of this bill, that Republicans and Democrats came together for once, and instead of saying, I'll increase military if you'll increase these social programs, they said in this deal between the president and Speaker McCarthy, if you're willing to put your priorities on the line, we're willing to put our priorities on the line as a tool to drive us all to the table to do our job that we haven't done in full since 1997. The Budget Act of 1974 tells us, Congress, to go through this process where we now are supposed to pass 12 separate bills. And we used to do more of that when I first got here, and then we've almost sort of given up on it. What I always appreciated about that process when I first got here, and I'm going to implicate my own party in this, but when I first got here 10 years ago, we had an amendment process on the floor on all of the 12 appropriations bills where Democrat, Republican, you could walk up to the clerk, hand a handwritten amendment, as long as it cut spending, as long as it didn't increase spending, those were in order. And that was a wonderful process, I thought. Now, we didn't see it to conclusion. We didn't get the Senate to agree with those. Like I said, 1997 is the last time that happened, and I wasn't here at the time. I'm wondering if anybody in the room was. But since then, we've never even got to a third of them done. And when I say done, I don't mean just in the House. I mean passed in the Senate and signed into the law by the president. Now, implicating my own party in this, when we went from John Boehner to Speaker Boehner to Speaker Ryan, we dropped the amendment process. And the other requirement for those amendments is they had to be germane. You couldn't offer some pork belly thing in the bill, and it couldn't increase spending, and it had to be germane. I'm glad that we're going to get back to that. The question for us, though, is the Senate going to come to the table? And again, my criticism is bipartisan here when I talk about the Senate. I think we can all appreciate that. They're the real enemy most of the time, not the other party. Yes. So the question is, are they going to come to the table? And so the remarkable thing to me about this 1%, where everything is cut if people haven't done their jobs by then, is that it applies to the Senate too. Like the Senate is going to, I hope, is going to feel some pressure to work on 12 bills. Instead of sending us a giant omnibus bill the day before the government funding runs out and saying, pass the Senate version or the House will be responsible for the shutdown. Assuming that we do, you know, I think we're going to get to 12 bills here in the House, and I think we've been promised an open process where we can all offer amendments, and I know that puts a lot of people in the crosshairs. because there's some things we don't always want to vote on, but up or down you vote, and then the bill comes out, and we'll send those to the Senate. I don't have as much faith in the Senate. Again, it's just not pejorative with respect to the party that controls the Senate. They just have a far worse record than the House of getting to these 12 appropriations. We've given it to Team Try since I've been here. Now we've never got it done because the Senate doesn't even give it to Team Try. They're going to have to try, or else if we end up on January 1st, 2024, with the CR that we will have to do, presumably because the Senate may not have their homework done. I hope after I give the speech, I do hope we get our homework done after implicating them. But, you know, on January 1st, 2024, that's a 1% cut. And we can't sit here on that day and point fingers at the other party, because we are going into this together. If, assuming this passes on the floor, both parties have agreed. The pain will be to both sides. We're not taking hostages. You might consider this an abuse of the hostage by cutting it 1% or just. But I think that's important. I think it's remarkable that it made it into this bill. When we're talking about the Save, Limit, Grow, what was Limit, Grow, Save? I don't remember the name of the other bill. By the way, if you know me, I've never voted on a bill based on its name, so I don't remember the names. But while we're talking about differences, and I know a lot of people are disappointed, a lot of Republicans, maybe not Democrats, but a lot of Republicans are disappointed that many of the provisions in that bill, if not most of the provisions in that bill, did not make it into this bill. But there is one way in which I think this bill got better, and it is this 1% cut that we are all agreeing to if we vote for this bill, Republican and Democrat, come January 1st. If we haven't done our homework, and if the Senate hasn't done their homework, and if the president hasn't signed those bills, so everybody is going to be in this responsible for the outcome. And that is where the spending happens. Okay, we can try in the debt limit to say we're going to control spending. I mean, we're borrowing the money. This is like, I explained this on social media. This week, we're taking out a second mortgage to pay off the credit cards. But it's not until October that we buy the bass boat, the tanning booth, and the flat screen TV. Like, the spending of that money is going to happen to the degree it does happen on October 1st. And that really is where, if we want to control the overall amount of spending, and if there are policies or things that we don't see happening that need to happen, or if there are things that are happening that shouldn't be happening in the administrative branch, then that's our opportunity. I don't like this process that led to this bill. I'm not going to lie. Sending one person to go into a room with another person and no cameras there, and then they come out and say up or down, take it or leave it, that is not a good process. But that's not the process we're going to follow when we get to the appropriations. And the one redeeming, there are things to dislike and things to like about this bill, but the redeeming portion for me is Section 102, where we all come to the table. We're forced, Senate, House, Republican, Democrat, President, everybody, forced to come to the table and do our job, pass all 12 appropriations bills if we haven't at that point, and there'll be a 1% cut. Now, I'm reluctant to disclose how I might vote on this rule at this moment, because then all the cameras leave. Dramatic pause. But let me, I talked to Chairman Cole before I came on this committee, and we talked about the need for this committee and why this committee exists. It's the oldest committee in the House of Representatives. It can be the most partisan committee. It has been called the Speaker's Committee. I would say it's not really appropriate to call it the Speaker's Committee, at least this Congress, given that 3 of us were chosen to voice our own opinion. it's not to say that everybody doesn't have good opinions on here, but, yeah. I don't want to lose everybody on this committee. But it is an important committee, and with it comes a lot of responsibility. You could stop anything in this committee from coming to the floor. You can control every amendment that comes to the floor with this committee. You can undo the good work of the other committees because their bills come through this committee, or you can improve, depending on your perspective. But my interest in being on this committee was not to imprint my ideology. I think that is an inappropriate use of the Rules Committee. Yes, at times we will steer it toward the majority, the outcomes, and both parties do that, but it's not our job to imprint an ideology. And so I think our job is to decide, is this a process we've all agreed on? Is there any kind of hoodooing going on? That, for me, I always complained about the Rules Committee for 10 years. I think that's why they put me on it, so I would quit complaining, but it hasn't really helped. So today, you know, I want to see the rule. It's not printed yet. It's not been read, but I anticipate voting for this rule. And when people want to express their ideology, the floor of the House on the actual final passage of the bill is the place to do that. What do the 13 of us owe the rest of Congress? We owe them an honest shake and a playing field that doesn't change. And so with that, the cameras are dismissed, and I yield back.
Well, I think the cameras would be well advised to stay for the ranking member. So the gentleman's recognized for any questions he has.
Well, thank you. Let me just assure Mr. Massey that Speaker McCarthy, if I were Speaker McCarthy, I would still believe that this was the Speaker's Committee, because from our vantage point, you haven't diverged from anything the Speaker has wanted up to this point. And so I think he's got the committee that he wants.
You should come in this room back here.
Yeah, well,
there's some divergence.
It's the votes that matter. Let me thank everybody for being here, and you know, we're all talking about this deal in very abstract terms, and sometimes what I worry about is that we neglect to pay any attention to the fact that there are real people that get impacted by the decisions that are made here. I continue to be stunned by the fact that when I look at this deal, which focuses on discretionary funding, that the people who seem to be asked to do the most or to absorb the hits the most are the people that least can afford it. I mean, the military budget is part of this discretionary budget. It's over 50% of the discretionary budget. The United States spends more on national defense than China, Russia, India, Saudi Arabia, United Kingdom, Germany, France, South Korea, Japan, and Ukraine combined. And yet, if this moves forward, we see an increase in defense spending. I mentioned it in my opening remarks. I don't know how many of you saw it. I mean, the 60 Minutes piece the other day. I mean, we all know of the cost overruns in the Department of Defense, and we know. I mean, the idea that we're spending $10,000 for a $300 oil switch. I mean, it's been there for a long time, and yet we seem unable to want to grapple with that waste and those cost overruns. I don't know if it's the defense lobbyists or the campaign contributions or whatever it is, but somehow when it comes to the military budget, you know, not only are we not holding them accountable, but, you know, we say we're going to increase it even more, we'll give you more. And I say that because, again, when I look at some of the items that are contained in this so-called compromise, again, I worry about, as I said in my opening statement, I worry about the most vulnerable people in this country, the people on food assistance. And there are some things in here that I give the administration credit. for helping to protect certain groups of people, people who are veterans, those who are graduating out of foster care, people who are unhoused. You know, they're not subject to these new work requirements. And by the way, there's study after study after study that says these work requirements don't do what anybody says that they're supposed to do. Doesn't encourage work. It just makes people, poor people, poorer and hungrier. And I'd like to ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a dear colleague letter that we sent out, a number of us sent out, that details those studies.
Without objection.
I'd also like to ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a statement from the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities entitled Debt Ceiling Agreement Reflects Improvements over House Bill, but harmful provisions remain.
Without objection.
And one of the reasons why, in my opening statement, I made a big deal about the fact that there haven't been hearings held on what these new work requirements would do to people ages 50 to 54, was because I think sometimes we don't appreciate how complicated this population really is. Not everybody fits into a nice, neat category. And since this bill was announced, I mean, I'll give you some real-life examples, and if anybody wants to assure me that these people won't be adversely impacted, I would welcome that. But I heard from an individual who had back surgery and lost their job. This person can't work due to severe pain and is waiting to be approved for disability, over 50. Should that person lose access to SNAP benefits? Because under this proposal, I think there's a very real concern that that person would be. And by the way, that person may ultimately qualify for disability, but all of us who do disability casework know that that process can be long and arduous. But should that person lose the benefits? Or I have a mom who works part-time for under 20 hours per week as a teacher's aide. When her kids were younger, she needed flexibility to take care of them. Her kids are now older, they're no longer dependents, and she's now struggling to find a second job that has hours that allow her to continue working her primary job as a teacher's aide. She isn't getting a lot of responses to job applications, primarily because she's older and doesn't have the right skills. Does anybody think that that mom should, this working mom should lose her SNAP benefits? I mean, let me ask you, these are real-life stories. I mean, about the wife of a veteran who is having a hard time finding a job because she had hip replacement surgery a few years ago and continues to suffer quite a bit of pain. Under this bill, she would be at risk of losing her food benefit, which would impact the entire household's food budget, including the veteran. And since I don't know how many married couples who purchase, I don't know many married couples who purchase food separately, I mean, should this older adult whose husband served our country lose her contribution to the household's SNAP benefit? I mean, look, I mean, these are all real stories, real people who are harmed by the very dangerous policies that some of my friends here are pushing. You know, and, you know, people are going to fall through the cracks. And I just worry that that we say things and we push forward stereotypes and we paint everything with one big broad brush, that sometimes we lose focus on the fact that there are people that don't fit into the nice, neat little categories that you have all established. You know, there has not been one hearing on this population of people. And I know that because, as I said before, I serve on the Agriculture Committee and the subcommittee that oversees SNAP. Not one hearing. And I say not one hearing the last time the Republicans were in charge, and not one hearing this time either. And we know why that there's no hearing, because a hearing would uncover a lot of these complexities that people living in poverty in this country face. It would make, you know, I think it would expose how out of touch some of my friends are who are advocating for these policies with the reality that exists. And again, I don't know what the savings are by going after this population. I will tell you this, there will be real costs down the road. I mean, people who go without food, who don't have access to nutritious food, end up getting sicker. They end up in emergency rooms. There are all kinds of, they end up developing chronic diseases that we end up having to deal with for a lifetime. So, I mean, it's not like you're saving money, but we are doubling down on people in this country, basically saying somehow that they're the problem, that that's where the savings needs to come from, the people who are the most vulnerable people in our community. And again, becomes even more difficult over 50. And it's harder to get a job when you're over 50. You may not have the skill set. Also, depending on where you live. If you live in a rural area that doesn't have public transportation, I represent communities in Massachusetts that are rural areas where there's no public transportation. You don't have a car? How do you get to a job training program? How do you get to, you know, the job that we all expect you to take when the benefits and the salary are not, you know, are not really much of anything. And so I don't know what anybody wants to comment, but it's like, you know, we've made all these statements, we have all these new provisions, and none of us have done the due diligence to find out whether anybody will be adversely impacted. And I just don't know how we can feel comfortable moving forward when, I mean, we haven't even done a hearing on this stuff. I don't know if anybody wants to say anything, Mr. Thompson?
I do. You're absolutely correct in every point that you made. I just want to emphasize the fact that we're here on a compromise bill, and we can't lift people out of poverty, and we certainly can't make sure everybody has the food that they need if we allow economic apocalyptic outcome that we would see if we don't do this compromise. If we allow the economy to crash, nobody's going to get lifted out of poverty, and nobody's going to get anything to eat. This is a compromise bill. And we've all four of us, and all four of us came here to this committee to talk about that compromise and how important it is to avert an economic disaster. And that's what it does.
And I
But
appreciate.
you're spot on.
And I appreciate that, and we all want to avert an economic disaster. It just seems like, why do we have to avert an economic disaster by disproportionately burdening the most vulnerable? I mean, why can't we have a provision saying no more $10,000 oil switches for the Pentagon, or that we need a stronger audit of the Pentagon to make sure that we are not wasting all this money, on cost overruns on things that contribute nothing to our national defense. And yet, I mean, we have expanded work requirements, which we know don't work, and we have done it to a population that is particularly vulnerable, and it's just kind of rotten that the people who least can afford to bear the burden of this agreement are the people who do. Yeah, I mean, we should be able to solve this crisis, be able to lift the debt ceiling without increasing hunger in this country. We ought to be able to do it without making poor people poorer. We ought to be able to do it, without, I mean, these cases that these are real-life cases, and quite frankly, when this becomes the law of the land, these people are going to lose they're not going to they lose their benefits. And I don't think any of us really want them to. I hope we don't. But that's kind of where we are. And so I appreciate, we'll see how all this plays out, but, look, everybody here wants to avoid a catastrophic default on our debt, but at some point, we have to stop going along to get along and allowing poor people and vulnerable people and people at risk always being the ones to say, okay, you're the ones who are going to take the hit. I just think that that's one of the most troubling things of this. And I praise President Biden. I praise his administration for being able to negotiate some of the concessions to protect some of these groups of people, the veterans, those graduating out of foster care, people who are unhoused. I think those are the least we can do. But I just worry in practice, we're going to see hunger increase in this country.
Ranking,
Yeah.
Thank you, member.
Yes, I yield to the gentlelady.
You know, fallen into a place of having hunger, and is that when you start cutting people out, we're not going to start putting them back on. So when we're in this point now where there's a certain sense of meanness, I mean, what you're pointing out when you think about the people you've talked to is that as the elected leaders, we are kind of, there's something that is distasteful because it feels mean. And sometimes it's really hard, and it fights really hard to start saying that was wrong and to get these people back on so they're not hungry in America. I mean, thank you for raising the individual cases and what it looks like on the ground.
Yeah, I know, and Mr. Smith, one of my heroes was your predecessor, Bill Emerson, a Republican, who did an awful lot working with people like Tony Hall and others to try to combat hunger in this country. And I think, sometimes I think it's always amazing to me that given the number of people who are food insecure and hungry in this country, that it's not a bigger deal here in Congress. But let me just end by repeating what I said in my opening statement. Again, we don't hold the Defense Department accountable for cost overruns. We just, keep going. Yet we are doubling down on poor people. And, national security means more than the number of bombs and bullets we have. It means whether people have access to adequate nutrition. It means whether they have a roof over their head. It means whether or not their kids can get a decent education, whether they live in an environment that's not polluted, whether there's some hope for the future, they can retire with some sense of security. And I think we need to keep that in mind as we move forward. But I have no further comments. I thank the chairman for yielding, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for any questions he cares to ask. Oh, I'm sorry. No, you did not lose your place. I apologize. Distinguished ranking member, our vice chairman of the full committee.
Whatever.
Whatever. Burgess, you're recognized.
It's been a long day already, and I don't want to prolong things too much. Mr. Chairman, I will say I'm a little bit concerned that we don't have a witness here to speak to the energy provisions in the bill in front of us. Of course, limit, save, and grow, as one of its central tenets was you had to grow the economy. You had to have economic growth in order to get out of some of the problems that we are facing as a country with our debt load. And part of the Limit, Save, and Grow Act was H.R. 2, which had come through the Energy and Commerce Committee, the Committee on Natural Resources, and had been very carefully constructed, and particularly the permitting reform that was that was placed into H.R. 1 was so critically important that if we don't have the permitting reform, we are not going to be able to produce the energy that will allow us to have the economic growth that we all know is necessary to get us out of the current debt crisis. Now, there is some language that is similar, different but similar, that is in the current legislation before us. Had we a witness who could speak to the energy provisions in this bill, I would have liked to ask why we see the language that we see in front of us rather than the language that was in the Limit, Save, and Grow Act. Limit, Save, and Grow Act identified a lead agency that would be responsible for shepherding projects through the NEPA process. In the bill in front of us, we have that the various agencies will get together and designate a lead agency rather than having one designated in the legislation. Distinction and want of a difference, maybe, but on the other hand, it gives broad authority to the agency to be able to not perform the way I think we should have instructed them to perform. And I don't like to admit this, but I was watching Morning Joe last week, and they had a little segment on the 140-year anniversary of the opening of the Brooklyn Bridge. Truly a marvel of engineering, and you think at the time, 140 years ago, to be able, nothing like that had existed before, and to imagine that and engineer that and build that. And oh, by the way, Washington Roebling, who was the original engineer, unfortunately died of tetanus during the construction of the bridge, and his son was tasked with finishing it. But Ken Burns was on the program, and they sort of asked the question wistfully, why are we not able to do big things like that anymore? And I'm sure the tenor and tone of the people who were talking about it was surely to believe that, well, it's Republicans who are probably keeping us from doing stuff like this. But look at the regulatory world that people have to deal with today compared to back then. And while regulations, and we talked about it in the Rules Committee when the HR 2 came in front of the Rules Committee, some of the regulations are appropriate and important, but the problem is you slow everything down, you bring the cost up to where perhaps a project is no longer feasible, and then couple that with the fact that you're putting massive federal subsidies into competing types of projects. And is it any wonder that we don't get big things done anymore? And I would have just suggest that the language that was in Limit, Save, and Grow, particularly along the lines of the permitting reform, in designating a lead agency. Yes, this legislation does have a lead agency, but it has to be agreed to by other agencies. And again, to me, that's just a recipe for nothing getting done. There is a shot clock. There was one in Limit, Save, and Grow. There's a shot clock in this legislation. There was some liability protection in Limit, Save, and Grow. It exists in this as well. But all of it is a little less precise than the language we had in the previous bill. And the only reason I bring this up is because the Energy and Commerce Committee, Committee on Natural Resources, and we had the hearing on that, Mr. Chairman. We had representatives from those committees here to talk to us about that. And if you'll recall, that hearing went on for quite some time, and there were a lot of questions. So tip of the hat to Mr. Massey. He's right. These things should never be decided by one person in a room. We went through regular order in the Energy and Commerce Committee. We took a lot of testimony on this. We had a lot of hearings on permitting reform, and we came up with what I thought was pretty tight language on the permitting reform side. I hope what we've got here in front of us is going to turn out to be just as good. I know I've heard from a number of people in industry today who feel pretty good about the language that is in this bill. But I'm sorry, it's not the same thing, and it gets to the problem Mr. Massey spoke to. You just can't possibly know everything there is to know about everything, which is why you don't do things with one or two or three people in a room. Four corners is something that always makes my blood run cold when I hear this is a four corners agreement. No, we are the people's representatives in the people's house. It is up to us to do the hearings, take the testimony, write the legislation, fight the battles in committee, bring it to the Rules Committee, and then take it to the floor.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, I'd be happy to yield.
I think another remarkable thing that's happened here with this rule is 72 hours to read this bill. I've been here almost 11 years. You almost never get 72 hours to read a bill like this. And my opinion of it has evolved over the 48 hours that have passed or so. And I think that's a really important aspect of this, since you can't know everything about everything.
Reclaiming my time, you got to be careful, because now Mr. McGovern is going to claim credit for the McGovern rule.
Yes,
And we do not want,
I
we
do
do
wanna
not
take
want to
credit for
give,
that.
we do not want to
Wait,
give
we,
them.
but we should take credit for implementing it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we did more than you ever did, but anyway, but it's the McGovern rule, thank you.
Well, I'm going to actually amend.
Gentleman from Texas controls the time.
I'm going to ask to amend the bill to make it now the Massey rule, but, and Mr. Massey is quite correct. We've never had that ability to say, you got to do the appropriations. If you don't do them on time, you get an automatic CR, and guess what? It's less money than what you would have had you been able to do your appropriations on time. That is a failing of this House, and yes, Mr. Massey, I was here when we used to do appropriations under open rules and come to the floor with a big chief tablet and a crayon, and you could scribble out an amendment and have it heard on the floor, get to talk about it for 5 minutes before you had it voted down. But that was, that was a way of allowing the people's representatives to actually participate in the process. Look, I will say there's things in this that I do like. I do like, as Mr. Massey pointed out, we get that hard stop on the appropriations process, and we know that September 30th is a real date that has to be met. Too many times we have allowed ourselves to skate past it, both parties, say the dog ate my homework, and we gave ourselves an IOU till some point after an election somewhere. That's never a good way to govern, and we ought to be much more precise in how we spend the people's money. Again, there's some parts of this that I'm still going through and still trying to understand, but at the same time, I think it would have been a better product had we at least allowed the original language on the permitting side to stay in place, rather than adding things at the end that I don't want to say they're superfluous. I know they're important to some people, but it wasn't what we had worked on through the committee. It wasn't what we had taken testimony on. It wasn't what we had voted on in committee. But thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, I apologize for being late today. Through the miracle of the C-SPAN app, I was able to hear all of Mr. Nagusa's dissertation when he had the floor. So thank you, and I'll yield back.
Thank you very much. Now,
I should say, if any member of the panel wishes to comment on the energy provisions, I'm happy to hear what you have to say.
Without commenting on particular provisions, I think there's a lot of issues regarding permitting that we talk about. But one of the things I just wanted to highlight as we look at from an economic growth standpoint, I mean, we see so many things, a lot of federal investment that's being made, and if you can't get those projects implemented, you don't have the American jobs, and therefore you don't have the tax revenue, which will solve some of our problem with our deficit. So it's good to have some of those provisions, and we just, as you said, this bill has, it started off with some particular provisions in limit, save, grow, and it's not as good in a lot of areas that we would have liked it to be.
Well, without a robust energy sector, it is hard for even someone as capable as the American farmer, it is hard for them to overcome all the obstacles that we put in their way. And as the famous Charlie Daniels song says, if the man don't work, the people don't eat. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
thank you very much. Gentleman from South Carolina is now recognized for
I
any
won't
questions.
belabor the point. We've been here a long time. Let me just say, Mike, I echo a lot of your opinions. I'll be a little bit stronger, though. This bill is smoke and mirrors. You know, never are we talking about the interest on the existing debt. Forget everything else. $32 trillion, $1 trillion is $30 billion if you 3% interest rate. $1 billion. Do the math. It's going to exceed just the interest. That's where I don't understand where we're coming from. I voted for this bill because it started us in the right direction. But, you know, to solve the problem with this bill, I get why the Democrats are voting for it. They're going from never voting for us when we put it up to now, because they're getting pretty much what they want. We should have walked away when President Biden was waiting 100 days, going to Japan and God knows where else. We should have called his bluff and said, when you get serious, when you put it in writing, we will be back at the table. Until then, don't play games. I don't want photo ops. That's what's so frustrating about what we're doing. Don't tell me, and I hear it all the time, well, it's not going to pass the Senate. I'm not in the Senate. I don't have the control of the Senate. Well, we'll do it tomorrow. Today, this is today. This is our shining moment to face it. The reason the voters kicked the Democrats out is for mismanagement. Granted, it's a small majority, but we got the majority. We can do it. And to back up on, and Chairman, Jason, I agree, it was a good first start. We gave it all away. I don't buy Janet Yellen for a minute. She's changed the date 3 times, and I told the chairman this. She changed the date. The D-Day is June 1. No, it's June 5th. No, it's June 8th. I mean, give me a break. I was born at night, but not last night. And, when I see us giving a rogue administration what he's done on this for our country, I don't know how we walk it back. Mr. Governor, I like you as a person, but when I hear you talking about help the poor, help bring people out of poverty, what about those poor people coming over the border that are being massacred every day from starvation? What about the children that have fentanyl is killing 100,000? Where's your meetings on that? Where are the hearings? What about those people? What about, I'll give you.
You're in charge. We don't get to call hearings here. You do.
No, you can bring them up, and this didn't start. This started under the Biden administration. The Pelosi wouldn't bring it up because she just, I guess, wants to ignore it and get as many people in here on the public dole. But no, this is a smoke and mirrors. That's my real issue with it. If we really were serious, we would stick to this. It's not that much. And Chairman Smith, I guess the linchpin for me is when we gave this administration no limits on the debt. He could go to any limit. He could go to any amount he wanted. We had $1.5 trillion until March of 24. Now we're giving him till 25. I don't understand that. The only people happy with this are China, who is continuing to buy debt, and then the Biden administration, which is going rogue on spending at every level. We spent $10 trillion in 2 years. So why are we not? Am I missing something?
Representative, the bill increases the debt limit to a date and not an amount. Where the debt is created is by what Congress appropriates. And so as we move forward in appropriations, whether it's the discretionary spending or whether we do changes to the mandatory spending, will all rest on future Congress activity. All this bill does is state the date as January of 2025.
Does it not concern you? He stated his position. The president has. Clean debt limit, no cuts, not $1. Are you not worried about what this administration will do? And I get it goes through the Appropriations Committee and has to be approved, but we lose our leverage by just putting an unlimited amount. Do you agree or not agree?
I think it's about Congress holding the purse strings, and one provision in this bill that I think really helps hold the administration accountable is the pay-go for the administrative activities. Just in the president's done over 500 different executive actions. We did a calculation when I was the budget ranker of 6 of those 500, just pick 6, and it cost over $1 trillion. And under the provision that's in this bill would prevent that. And so that is extremely important in helping going after our debt. And, of course, I would like to go a lot farther, but that is definitely a step that's helpful.
Let me ask you this about pay-go. There is a provision in this bill that lets the OMB director pretty much waive the pay-go rules. How are we getting around that?
Yeah, that's a provision that, like I said, I wouldn't want. But for the first time in the history of America, pay-go administratively is now going to be in statute. I was very, very glad that President Trump did that by executive order. It's good to have this in statute. And, in Congress, and just in government period, Sometimes you got to take baby steps instead of getting everything that you want. And this bill is clearly not everything that I want by any means. I want a lot more, but it's definitely way better than that blank check debt limit that the president was pushing.
I guess I'm asking, with PAYGO is in words, but OMB, who answers to the president, can waive it. So how does that put the teeth in it?
And OMB also answers to Congress, who funds them. And so Congress will also have a back check to make sure OMB is following the rule of the law. Or we can zero out their budget. That's what you do in an appropriations process.
Well, I can tell you and I like the 1% cut, you know, as a lever, but think about what, and Thomas brought this up, in the business arena, is that really a punishment if you tell the business, we're gonna really punish you, we're gonna cut it, your business income 1%, but we're gonna leave 99% intact? What kind of insanity is that? I mean, you cut, only in government can you not cut 1%. You ask that family that's being cut far more than 1% with what they're paying for gas, with what they're paying for food, with what they're paying for housing, it's a complete joke.
In the first 2 years of the one-party Democrat rule with Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, and Joe Biden, with their $10 trillion increase in new spending, it led to the highest inflation in a generation. 14.9% inflation has gone up since Joe Biden's taken the oath of office. So that means every American, every working class member has lost 14.9% cuts because they have to pay more to put food on their table, clothes on their backs, and gasoline in their cars. So
All self-inflicted.
very, very, very
Every bit of it
tough.
self-inflicted. Well, you know, as we debate each item, and I'm not gonna bore you with going down through them, but I am amazed on the work requirements. You ask the average business, family, business, boy, they're really tough, 20 hours a week, some of it voluntarily. And Ron, I don't understand. I mean, yes, we got it in TANF, yes, we got it in SNAP, but oh, by the way, Medicaid, taking it out. Because as Ms. McGovern says, work doesn't work. You tell that to the average family that goes to work and puts in far more than 20 hours a week. It's insanity.
I didn't say that.
You said work doesn't work.
I didn't say work doesn't work. I said the work requirements that
Don't
we
work.
have in place are not resulting in more people going to work and getting a job because their lives are complicated. That's what I said.
What's the difference?
The difference is work works, right? I mean, but the work requirements on a lot of these vulnerable people, I gave you examples, you know, of people who have had surgeries or are in pain, who can't quite get to the 20 hours and.
The exclusions on that.
No, there are not exclusions on that.
Yes,
There
there
not.
are.
No, there are not. There are not. I'm happy to share them with you. But contrary to what the stereotype is, no, these people are not lazy, and their lives are very complicated.
They're getting a government paycheck.
Yeah,
Work
$6 a day.
20 hours, reclaiming my time. 20 hours is a bare minimum. This is what builds confidence. This is what gets you off the government payroll. That's where we're in two different universes.
We are. You're in a different universe entirely. Thank
You've got a view that work is bad. I'm sorry. America was
you.
built
I did
on
not
work.
say that. Please do not misrepresent what I said. Thank you.
I'm saying exactly what you're expressing in so many different terms with a lot of different words. But there's no need to go any further on it. I wish we had a real bill that was going to make a difference. We did in the original bill. This being watered down is completely, takes the teeth out of it. And I see why the Democrats are voting for it. I see it now. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman from Texas is recognized for any questions he cares to pose.
I thank the chairman. Mr. Boyle, Standard & Poor's reduced the United States long-term rating to AA+. In their report, they say the downgrade reflects our opinion that the fiscal consolidation plan that Congress and the administrative recently agreed to falls short of what, in our view, would be necessary to stabilize the government's medium-term debt dynamics. Do you agree or not?
Well, I wasn't here in Congress in 2011, but what I do know is there's no question the reason for that default and the reason for that downgrade was because we came so close to default for the first time ever.
Mr. Smith?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, Representative. In other words, the only major credit downgrade that we've ever had was because we weren't doing enough to manage our debt. We never defaulted. There was never a default. It's just they downgraded because we weren't doing enough to manage our debt.
The subsequent quote was making them, quote, pessimistic about the capacity of Congress and the administration to be able to leverage their agreement into a broader fiscal consolidation plan. In other words, they didn't believe that we would do what is necessary to get our fiscal house in order. I guess my question right now is, and the thing that I'm struggling on a nonpartisan basis, is whether this plan does that. And that's, I think, the question the American people want to know. Are we actually taking a step right now which will actually make our fiscal strength return again? And I'm asking just a general question, like just quick, I mean, yes or no? Do you guys think this bill, you guys are all advocating for this bill, will this bill, if we pass this bill, is this going to restore fiscal health to the United States of America?
I would just say, in regards to, I would best illustrate it to our country's finances is like the Titanic. And you got to start moving the ship before you hit the iceberg. And this does help us start turning the ship. Does it turn it fast enough or far enough, as much as I would be happy to do? But we could probably turn it a whole lot faster if we had a different person in the White House and different control in the Senate. But it does turn it, but just maybe not as fast as all of us would like to turn it.
Mr. Estes, you wanted to
I would go even further.
Okay.
I think this bill, as I've said repeatedly today, is a compromise that will help us avoid economic disaster. Whether or not we can do what we need to do in order to get our fiscal house in order is dependent on each one of us. I don't think you can say, well, we got pay-go for the administration, but we don't have pay-go for the tax side in the House. We've got pay-go for the expenditure side on the programs, but not on the tax side. So we've got to be able to do everything, and we've got to be able to put everything on the table and look at everything and consider everything and act on everything collectively.
Mr. Thompson, if I might follow up real quickly, and I'll go down the line so you guys have a chance. Is it your position, I'm asking genuinely, that the current 19.6% of GDP revenue is insufficient?
I don't think I said that. What I said was there's more than one way to spend money in Congress, and that needs to be understood.
Okay, I guess my question, though, is on the tax side, because I hear a lot of my colleagues on the tax side. Yes,
May I address that specific point, because I know you've referenced this in our budget committee before. That statistic is out of date. It's actually fallen to 17.7. There was, for a brief period, it was at that elevated level. Unfortunately, we are no longer there. It is back to more of the historic norm of 17.7.
My understanding is 19.6 is the 2022 level. We can talk about where it is in 2023, but the last data we have from 2022 is 19.6%. And by the way, even if it were 17%, that would be the historic average, as opposed to the 19.6, which would be in line with the high from World War II in 2000. Mr. Estes, you wanted to jump in?
Yeah, I was just going to address your original question around whether this bill helps our fiscal house. It does help our responsibility to manage our finances. However, I will say this, the Limit, Save, Grow Act, which I voted for and supported, was a much better bill in terms of getting our economy moving forward and focusing on how to get our spending more under control. And it would be much better in doing that in terms of answering your question.
Well, thank you for that. And look, I think this is an important conversation for the American people to understand. We're not going through, a full committee discussion, so this is going to be about it, right? And we'll get down to the floor if it gets to the floor, and then we'll have, 2 hours equally divided or whatever it is that's decided in the rule, and then there'll be some speeches and some whatevers, and then everybody will try to get back for the week, right? That's the way this is going to unfold. And that's going to happen for something that is going to increase the debt limit by roughly $4 trillion. So I guess my question here is if we're looking at a debt ceiling increase, a debt limit increase, until January 1st of 2025, it is therefore technically uncapped. And to Mr. Smith's point, it then is okay, we've set a date, and now we're just going to do our spending thing that we do. And there's no real brakes on that besides ourselves, which has never proven particularly fruitful for the American people. And so we're going to have a date, and by most people's accounting, it's going to be upwards of $4 trillion. That could be high threes, could be low fours, kind of depends on what we do through the appropriations process. But we're doing that, and by the way, we're doing that into a lame duck, which then leaves to the Secretary to make determinations about what is going to follow with respect to extraordinary measures, and make a decision based on a political outcome of the election in November of next year, then what we do. So we're setting this up for the classic Washington Christmas timeframe, end of the year, middle of a lame duck, not the kind of thing you would think we'd be doing. And the reason I started with that Standard & Poor's question, trying to calm things, trying to demonstrate a resolve to actually put our hands around this problem. Now, mind you, we barely touch anything in the mandatory world in this deal. We should, of course, be addressing mandatory spending as a conference and as a Congress. We're not really. To the extent we were going to, with Medicaid, we didn't. We walked away from it, right? In terms of work requirements on Medicaid and trying to deal with it, but we walked away from it. But okay, so we're not doing that. I think my question here is it your all's best guess that our debt to GDP ratio will be higher or lower on January 1st, 2025 than it is today in light of this bill? Any of the witnesses? Are we going to have a higher or lower debt to GDP ratio in January 1st, 2025? And not with a dependent on how we appropriate answer, but what are we actually going to end up with?
Well, Representative, the debt, the credit card is maxed out based on how Congress spends money. And so clearly that is the number one factor of how much debt is added to. But I will say this, that this bill will make sure that our debt to GDP ratio is better off than a blank check debt limit increase, which President Biden and the House and Senate Democrats have been pushing for.
So we agree that this is about prospective spending. So I've heard a lot of folks talk about it being, making sure we, all this is about default. We're always talking about paying our bills. This is really about increasing the credit card for, generally speaking, prospective spending. Part of this is not just about the number change or the date change that would then increase the debt $4 trillion. It's obviously got some spending restraints in place. Now, we've tried those before. To the best of my knowledge, I'm going to see if I'm incorrect, there are 2 years of actual caps, 2 years of actual caps, 4 years of targets. The targets really don't do anything. So we have 2 years of caps, and those 2 years of caps would, in year one, to the best of my understanding, result in a $12 billion discretionary cut on paper. Do we agree with that number, that it's a $12 billion discretionary cut?
For 2024.
For 2024.
Yes.
So a $12 billion discretionary cut. But one thing that I think is important in that is you also have the COVID rescissions, which are $28, $29 billion. However, $6 billion of that was actually rescinded. $22 billion was, to the best of my understanding, split into $11 billion in 24 and $11 billion in 25 and put over in commerce, and is sitting there able to be spent. Now, again, according to appropriations, but also not with respect to the cap. So we talk about a $12 billion cut, but you've got these rescissions that we're saying we're saving, the COVID rescissions, and we're taking 11 or 12 billion and putting it over in commerce. Do I have that correct, to the best of our knowledge? Any of the witnesses can can they speak to that's over in commerce?
I don't know where the money that went into commerce, for those two categories in commerce, came from.
Okay.
Whether that came out of the COVID money or what that was intended to come from.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Congressman Estes. My understanding is that it was in fact from that pot of COVID money that $22 billion was divided into two, and that's $11 billion per year. My point of that is, depending on how you view these numbers and the fact that that doesn't apply to the cap, I would argue that you're not necessarily seeing that $12 billion cut. This is why I have been saying to some degree in the public that this is effectively a spending freeze. So we can quibble over it, and at the end of the day, $12 billion represents what? 0.75% of the 1.6 trillion, roughly? So at most, we're talking about is about a 0.75% cut in 2024, but we have these COVID rescissions that we're moving around and putting over COVID. So from my standpoint, when I analyze this for the American people, I view this as effectively a spending freeze for 2 years. You get a 2-year spending freeze, but that is off of the post-COVID spending. So we're still tracking post-COVID spending as where we're starting from. And right now, we are now spending almost 50% more than we were at the beginning of COVID. So we've gone from, 4 trillion-ish to 6 trillion-ish or something along those lines. And in a post-COVID environment, we're now going to say we're freezing spending. So we're, as some articles have said, bending, the curve down. So we're bending the curve down off of the higher COVID levels of spending in order to extract an agreement to push the debt ceiling all the way to January 1st, 2025 in the middle of a lame duck, which by most accounts would amount to maybe 4 trillion-ish of increase. And I'm trying to figure out how that's good for the American people. That's what I'm trying to figure out. That's not exactly ratcheting back our spending. This is like watching the Indy 500 on Sunday and like you're going 240 down the stretch and you're going, oh, the curve's coming up and I'm just going to let my foot a little bit off the gas. You could go barreling right through the curve, right into the wall, and that's what we're doing. We're not making the substantive transformative changes necessary. We already acknowledged here, I think on a bipartisan basis, we're not touching mandatory spending in any significant way. I actually am fine with that in the current circumstances of this political environment, but I think we ought to be on a bipartisan basis actually sitting down to roll our sleeves up and address mandatory spending. Unfortunately, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, their only response ever to that is taxes. Literally, that's the response. Say, okay, well, let's talk about all that. Let's talk about overall revenue to the Treasury, and then talk about what we're going to do to reform mandatory spending. But we don't ever do that. But put that aside. In discretionary, we're talking about a freeze in spending post-COVID. And I think that I think is what a lot of the American people are concerned about. To the extent that I'm trying to put any meat on the bone of what my friend from South Carolina said about smoke and mirrors, is, oh, these cuts, we're going to save $2 trillion over 10 years. Well, when the CBO says that, and I think this is correct, right, they are assuming that we're going to spend at those levels that are capped and the targets, which are not, of course, in law. They're just targets. So the $2 trillion is, like most things in this town, a fiction. It's just saying, well, if you guys do something remotely responsible like this, you'll save $2 trillion. If I heard one of my colleagues correctly earlier about the defense spending, it was critical of increasing defense while decreasing non-defense. Okay, I mean, my personal view was that we should have a top-line number here and then go duke it out in appropriations. Why isn't that better for us? I would ask everybody here. Why isn't it better to do like a normal family does and say, here's your number, now go figure it out in appropriations? Because I think one of the fundamental problems we have in this town is we keep playing games with these bifurcated caps. And we go, okay, we're going to have 704 for non-defense, and we're going to have whatever the number is, 800, whatever it is for defense. and you just get them sitting there. Why shouldn't we have one single cap and then duke it out in appropriations to figure out what's in the best interest of the American people? On both sides of the aisle, I'd be quite, any reason why that wouldn't be a better way to do things?
I think that would be a much better way to do it. I'm a big advocate that we ought to be following regular order and following the process of having the Budget Committee develop a budget and then having the Appropriations Committee and as well as the authorizing committees do their work and then move forward.
A question that came up when I was trying to look through this, and again, to Mr. Massey's point about trying to figure out how great it is, we've got 72 hours to review the bill. We're actually having time to actually go through it and find stuff in the bill. Even though it's 100 pages, it touches thousands of pages of code and complicated issues, so you got to go through and figure it out. And I still don't know all the answers to all this stuff. I'm trying to figure it out. 3 degrees, and they're pretty useless at this point, trying to sort through all this stuff. But right now, the claim is that it provides just $704 billion for non-defense. But if I understand things correctly, the agreement is such that 2 things are true. One, I already pointed out the COVID money, that there's $22 billion, I think spread out over 2 years, sitting there to be able to be applied back to backfill some of the NDD spending. So again, this $40 billion reduction in non-defense discretionary spending can in fact be backfilled by the COVID dollars. The second issue is that I believe there's IRS money that if it were to be claimed, in addition to the $1.4 billion out of $80 billion of IRS money that has been set aside this year, leaving $78.6 billion of the IRS expansion to go after poor and minority at a 3 to 5 times greater rate than they do everybody else, that if we're not going to go pull out the rest of that IRS money just because we should get rid of it, instead what we've said is no, we'll allow $20 billion of that to be set aside to then go out and then again backfill non-defense discretionary. So when my colleagues say it's a $40 billion reduction in non-defense discretionary, I would say, well, kinda, right? But people hear that and they think, well, we want to get rid of that IRS expansion, but we're actually reducing non-defense discretionary, saying, yeah, but we're setting this up for a backfill of the non-defense discretionary. Now, you might say, great, I want to move that $10 billion out of IRS expansion that was already sitting there, claw that back, and then go put it over here in the non-defense discretionary. Am I missing anything in all of this, or is that an accurate reflection of what we think is actually in the bill? Do we know? I mean, again, I'm asking because we're trying to figure all this out. You guys know? I think that's
In regards to the, it's not a Ways and Means issue, but in regards to that, I did not see anywhere in the bill where it talks about, using $20 billion. The more money we can get from that $80 billion of the IRS, I'd be supportive of, but I haven't seen that $20 billion in the bill that you're referring to. I've seen outside reports, but I've not seen in the bill.
I think you're correct. I do not believe that it is in the bill, but I've heard people try to tout that as like, look, we're taking $20 billion out of IRS. I 100% agree with you. I'd like to get rid of the entirety of the $80 billion IRS expansion. But we don't. We only get rid of $1.4 billion of it. We got rid of the entirety of the $80 billion IRS expansion in the Limit, Save, Grow Act. But I would note that, when we think about how the White House in their own reporting on the deal said this keeps non-defense spending roughly flat with the 2023 levels in 2024. When you factor in agreed upon appropriations adjustments, in 2025, it increases the non-defense spending levels and the defense spending levels by 1%. Now, is that true? That was the White House statement on the deal. Mr. Thompson or Mr. Bull, do you know if the White House is correct that they say the deal keeps non-defense spending roughly flat with the 2023 levels in 2024 when you factor in agreed upon appropriations adjustments? I'm trying to square that with the claim that it's a $40 billion reduction in non-defense discretionary.
I'll say that is my understanding. I think you even cited the statistic when you add it all up. You're talking about a hair under 1%, maybe 3/4 of a percentage point. That's my understanding as well.
So I'm still not 100% clear whether the White House is correct in their characterization of it being flat or whether we're correct in saying it's a $40 billion reduction in non-defense discretionary. Either way, I've got concerns about the overall spending number, but that's part of the problem with these kinds of efforts when we do a deal over a weekend on Memorial Day and we're coming back and trying to figure it out. I am correct that the White House has called the 4-year targets, quote, non-enforceable appropriations targets. Do we agree that they're unenforceable? There's just 4-year targets that could be written on the, whiteboard in my office. So the question on the IRS, it does, to the best of my knowledge, leave 98% of the $80 billion IRS expansion intact, taking only $1.4 billion out of it. Do we agree that minority taxpayers are 3 times as likely to be audited by the Internal Revenue Service as other taxpayers, Mr. Smith?
Yeah, the data has showed that minorities have been audited by a higher percent.
And that CBS reports that the IRS audits the poor at 5 times the rate of everyone else, analysis finds. In other words, rich people have lawyers. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
If
Mr.
I might,
Folsom.
I would point out, even though this has gotten badly mischaracterized, a big reason why Democrats fought for, and I voted for, increased funding for the IRS, well, 2 reasons. First, as President Trump's own IRS commissioner testified to us when he was front of Ways and Means a couple years ago, the IRS workforce is so reduced compared to where they were 10 years ago, even just getting answers to the 1-800 number is almost impossible. Perhaps you're experiencing the same thing in your constituent service offices. One of the big complaints we have, and I have 3 district offices, and we process a lot of casework, dealing with the IRS has become a real challenge, just getting inquiries answered. And that problem has only gotten compounded since COVID. So that was the #1 reason for increased funding for the IRS. The second is exactly what the gentleman highlighted. It is cheaper for the IRS to audit low-income taxpayers because their tax returns are not nearly as complex as those in the wealthiest 1/10 of 1%. That wealthiest 1/10 of 1%, if I can just finish, have much more complex returns that require more agents, and particularly agents with real accounting expertise. That's wrong, and that's part of why we did need to boost funding for the IRS so they can bring more fairness to the system.
That's fine, but wouldn't the answer be, 1, to simplify the code, and 2, to make sure that the IRS is doing what they need to be doing efficiently? Now, I say this as a conservative whose dad worked for the Internal Revenue Service for 20 years. Actually know quite a bit about the Internal Revenue Service, inside and out. Mr. Smith, do you have a response to that?
Yeah, I will just say in the Limit Save Grow Act, we rescinded $72 billion. We left $8 billion of the $80 billion that the IRS highlighted for customer service and for updating the technology. So Republicans made that as a priority of technology, customer service, but we wanted to eliminate the $72 billion.
The bill, as we said, rescinds the $28 billion of COVID funds. I'm correct, though, that it leaves a significant chunk of the COVID funds intact, as opposed to rescinding all of the COVID funds. Again, we've had hundreds of billions, trillions of dollars of COVID funds, and remaining $50 billion is left, and we couldn't even rescind all of that. We rescind $28 billion, but we leave billions untouched. Some of the examples of funding left untouched include billions for things like vaccines, testing and mitigation, and genomic sequence and surveillance. The Limit Save Grow Act would have rescinded every single remaining dollar of COVID. I'm correct, right? We do not rescind every single dollar. We leave some intact. Is that right? Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
Thanks, Mr. Estes. Student loans. This bill, to the best of my knowledge, simply restarts student loan payments after President Biden had frozen payments. President Biden's already planned to resume student loan payments on September 1, I think. Is that correct? Do we know?
It is September. I can't recall if it's exactly September 1st, but it is September.
So we're completely relying, essentially, for those of us who believe that the student loan bailout should be rescinded, we're relying on the United States Supreme Court to overturn, effectively, the $500 billion student loan bailout. So whereas the Limit Save Grow Act had put that 400 and something billion, almost $500 billion, they had taken that out, and we'd eliminated that deficit in 2023. and then no longer made it to where the veteran will have to watch someone who did not sacrifice for this country get the same benefit he or she does under the GI Bill, and the plumber without a degree will have to subsidize his neighbor's master's degree. In gender studies, the Federal Reserve found that the average tuition increase associated with expansion of student loans is as much as 60 cents per dollar. According to the Brookings Institution, households with graduate degrees held 56% of outstanding education debt in 2019. 87% of Americans do not have federal student loan debt. Speaker Pelosi herself said, quote, people think the President of the United States has the power for debt forgiveness. He does not. He can postpone, he can delay, but he does not have the power. That has to be an act of Congress. My point of that is we had a chance here to right that wrong, and we're not. We're punting to the court. And I just think everybody ought to know that. I had a question here with Mr. Scott from Virginia a week or two ago when we were debating the CRA on student loans. With all due respect to our Republican colleagues, it's really easy to pass a CRA. You know it's going to die in the Senate. The president's not going to sign. It's a lot harder to fight for it in a bill. And we punted. We punted because we punted to the United States Supreme Court. We have an obligation to defend the Constitution of the United States, and we're not doing it. We're taking a pass. And instead, as I said to Mr. Scott, my wife, who was a product of a single mom, went to Texas A&M, the University of Texas School of Law, took on debt, has worked her whole life the last 20 years, balancing being a mom, working to pay off those student loans, got it down to almost nothing. And we're just going to write $500 billion and say, here you go. And oh, by the way, we're doing that by an executive fiat that is unconstitutional. But we're going to punt our Article 1 responsibility to hold the executive responsible. We're going to kick it to Article 3. I don't see how that's something that we ought to be doing. The Secretary of Education has said, straight out that they're going to move forward and try to do what they can to continue doing the programs the best they can. The work requirements. The bill contains work requirements that do not include Medicaid. Is that correct? That's right? Now, Medicaid would have been the part that would have really significantly driven the effectiveness of work requirements, right? It would have been a more extensive and a larger both fiscal benefit and would have reached more people. Is that right? But the administration fought us on it, and we took a deal that didn't include Medicaid work requirements. So all this bill does, to the best of my understanding, is increase the upper age limit for existing work requirements for SNAP from 49 to 54, which, yeah, I mean, I'm in favor of that. But it strikes me as hardly something that we should be trumpeting as some massive reform with respect to work requirements. Relatively speaking, minor tweaks to the TANF program. There's a number of exclusions that are included for better or worse, but the fact is, in terms of the total application of numbers, it's going to be, 150-something thousand people by the time you net out exclusions out of the people that are added. Strikes me as a whole lot of bluster and a whole lot of discussion for, quote, work requirements in a bill that's going to increase the debt ceiling effectively $4 trillion. I would note that OMB Director Shalonda Young said, quote, we're not going to compromise our values, our work reforms. They are in the bill, but mind you, we got new exemptions in the bill. There's clearly an effort by the administration to not want to apply the work requirements. The regulations my friend from South Carolina was talking about in the REINS Act have a weak administrative pay-go provision that is easily waived by OMB. Now, I know we think it's great because this is something that came out of the Trump administration by my friend Russ Vought, the former director of OMB, in terms of the structure. But the fact that it can be waived strikes me as a critically important problem. And I think Shalonda Young said, quote, if that waiver is deemed necessary to make sure President Biden's agenda is carried forward, we're going to use that authority, end quote. That strikes me as a fairly ineffectual regulatory reform. And a lot of folks on my side of the aisle have been talking about it having a $1.5 trillion impact because they went back and added up previous abuses of regulatory reform. And I would just point out that with that waiver, and as Ms. Young pointed out, they're going to use that authority. permitting. This is one that I find particularly problematic. I would associate myself largely with the remarks from my friend from Texas, Mr. Burgess, Dr. Burgess. Look, I'm for NEPA reforms, 100%. We need them for road projects, transportation, but particularly for our energy industry. But my concerns here are that we've got language that none of us have fully reviewed going through the committees of jurisdiction that has been adopted, that I've got colleagues texting me and saying they're not 100% sure if that language is good or bad for the purpose intended. I've got colleagues on both sides of the aisle that have raised those questions. And so the purpose intended, of course, is to streamline projects, whatever those projects may be. But I've got a text right here from a GOP colleague saying, well, I'm not so sure that these will actually do what we think they will do to streamline said projects. And in fact, a former high up in the administration, in the energy department, under the Trump administration, just validated that concern by one of my colleagues. Yet we are putting forward this measure, saying this is some grand improvement with respect to NEPA, that's somehow something we should be applauding when it's not the full package of H.R. 1, which had gone through committee. And importantly, the one thing that I think is 100% clear is that this bill fails to include even the most basic reform to President Biden's unreliable energy subsidies that were put forward in the so-called Inflation Reduction Act for the wealthy, elites, corporations, and the Chinese Communist Party, just to be blunt. And frankly, it ensures that permitting reform will likely benefit renewables the most. Basically, if you're a government that is subsidizing the crap out of something, in this case, unreliable energy, giving massive subsidies to billion-dollar corporations, giving significant subsidies to families that make over $100,000 and $300,000 for EVs because you're chasing your dreams of a fossil fuelless world, you're going to absolutely decimate our grid because you're not going to have the projects being developed for the gas and the coal and the nuclear that are actually required to keep your grid functioning. But yet that's what we're doing. And I just, for the life of me, can't understand why we're applauding that. And I would just note that President Biden's statement of administrative policy on this bill said, quote, the bill would protect and accelerate implementation of the historic clean energy and environmental justice investments in the Inflation Reduction Act, end quote. My question for my Republican colleagues here, or generally rhetorically, is how on earth is this going to be beneficial? Again, I go back to this. A spending freeze of 2 years for a $4 trillion increase of debt with actually a blank number into a lame duck Congress in order to not remotely address what the statement of administration policy is going around saying the bill would protect and accelerate implementation of the historic clean energy and environmental justice investments in the Inflation Reduction Act, which Goldman Sachs said would be $1.2 trillion. I'm just trying to figure out how this is a position that Republicans should put forward down on the floor of the House of Representatives, because that's the question before us. I'll just leave it out there as a rhetorical question. I know we've been here for a while. I do think it's, important. There are other pieces to this puzzle. Seeing out there and some of the, people talking about the bipartisan deal to avert the debt default won't constrain the Biden administration's ability to provide more aid to Ukraine. Look, this place works the way it works, and we all know it. This is my point about the COVID money that's been pocketed over at Commerce. The point about the IRS funds and how they might get shuffled around. The fact that the White House's statement said it's going to be a flat level of spending for the non-defense discretionary. Because we all know how this town works. And with all due respect to the 99% deal, we're going to have a CR with a 1% reduction on January 1st. The fact is, all that's going to do is empower the establishment here in which we operate to jam through an omnibus spending bill right before Christmas. That's what will happen. That's what happens every year. And then the question will be, what is the check against that? Well, the check against that is right here. The check against that is whether or not we would support it or not. And so the question is, if you got something kicking in on January 1, that's 3 months after the fiscal year ends, as the break of a 1% reduction, which, by the way, would simply be a $15 billion cut, which is basically what we were talking about in this supposed caps deal governing what we're doing. The fact is, this is a $4 trillion increase with no teeth. None. We're still going to come back and have an appropriations battle. The likelihood of getting appropriations bills passed by October 31st, September 30th, October 31st, November 30th, pretty slim based on past history, either side of the aisle. But we'll go through the process. Hopefully we'll navigate through it. But if we don't, the fact is there will almost certainly be an omnibus effort. And then there'll just be a debate about who is the big winner. And we all know who the big winner will be. Government. Not the American people. We're not going to reduce spending through this deal unless we actually stand up and reduce spending. It'll be on us to choose to. But this deal isn't going to reduce spending, even though everybody's going around saying it will. And this deal isn't going to do anything but guarantee that in 2 years, actually 18 months, Mr. Massey's clock that he wears on his jacket is going to say 36 trillion. The last point that I'll make is just, I've talked about the statement of administration policy, is there's a significant number of folks who have been out talking about this bill. And I would just note that whether you've got Biden's economic advisor, Ramanurti, I think, due respect to pronouncing it correctly, this, quote, protects all the key pieces of legislation that the president signed into law in the last 2 years and preserves remarkable progressive accomplishments, end quote. I could go down a list of other quotes. The ever-important policy genius, Keith Olbermann, Biden has still kicked McCarthy's butt. Now he must also kick Joe Manchin's butt and his pipeline out of the debt deal. Well, my friend from Texas, I think, has an amendment along those lines, Mr. Self. Look, we ought to do better. The Limit, Save, Grow Act was a responsible approach to actually reduce spending, to actually change the way this town works. And with all due respect to my Democrat colleagues, happy to have a conversation anywhere, anytime with any of my Democratic colleagues about what we want to do to deal with our fiscal problems. But this was a small down payment, even in the Limit, Save, Grow Act. This doesn't represent any material change in the direction of where this country is going in terms of spending. Massive increase of debt was sort of a blip on the radar. But even the Limit, Save, Grow Act is just nibbling around the edges of what needs to be done. I don't understand how my colleagues can go to the steps of the Capitol and have all these groups from their middle school and elementary school and high school and talk to them about all the future of this country and where we're headed, when each and every one of them has a $100,000 debt payment attached to them. It's extraordinary. I think the American people will demand more from us. Somebody said in here that things in here should not, around here should not be decided by one person in a room. I agree. I think part of the things that were working well for 4 or 5 months around here was a greater amount of collaboration. You know, when deals are cut, as they were this weekend, the Rules Committee does provide a function that I interpret slightly differently than my friend from Kentucky. We're also the filter, not unlike, say, the Calendars Committee in the Texas legislature, of making sure that what gets to the floor is not something that steamrolls the American people, because the defense establishment in this town and those that wish to continue to spend money for every government program under the sun, as has been happening throughout my entire life watching it, there is an important role here to defend the American people against what this town does to them. Because this town does it to them every single year. So we got some work to do, and unless I see some amendments come through that improve this bill, I've got strong concerns. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Indiana is recognized for any questions she cares to address to the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the witnesses. I tell you what I'm fighting against on behalf of the American people. I'm fighting against a clean debt ceiling with no spending cuts. I'm fighting against tax increases on hardworking families. We need to put this in context. Reckless spending got us into this mess, particularly in the last several years under the Biden administration. That's why House Republicans have been fighting on behalf of the American people to reduce spending. The first step in getting spending cuts was passing the Limit, Save, Grow Act. Passing that bill finally brought the president to the negotiating table after he ignored the issue for months. Since the beginning of the 118th Congress, House Republicans have made it clear that the United States cannot and will not default on its debts, but that an increase in the debt ceiling must be paired with fiscal reforms to reduce the deficit. I'm not completely satisfied with the product that we have before us, but the negotiated package does change the trajectory of spending and puts us on a better path. It's better than defaulting, and it's certainly better than a blank check to Democrats. Chairman Smith, how many days did it take for the president to come to the table to even start negotiating a solution?
Well, for one, the president, after meeting with the speaker, the next day he was at the prayer breakfast saying that he was going to negotiate with the speaker, but he waited 100 days.
That's right, almost 100 days. That's almost 100 days we could have been solving this looming problem for the American people. Chairman Smith, what do the majority of Americans want to see accompany an increase in the debt limit?
The majority of Americans want to address the reckless spending. They want cuts in spending, and in fact, this does cuts in spending.
60% of Americans say that we should only raise the debt ceiling if spending cuts happen simultaneously, and that's what we're fighting for. Does this bill reduce spending?
Yes.
Does this bill save taxpayers money?
Yes.
Does this bill reduce funding for the president's plan to expand the IRS?
Yes.
Does this bill ensure that able-bodied adults who receive money from welfare programs must meet work requirements?
Yes.
Does this bill require that student loan payments restart?
Yes.
Does this bill rescind excessive COVID spending?
It sure does.
Does this bill prevent the U.S. from defaulting on our debt?
Yes.
Does this bill increase taxes?
No.
Does this bill create new government programs?
No.
Chairman Smith, has Congress ever passed a bill that raises the debt ceiling while creating requirements that reduce both current and future spending?
Has Congress ever
That
increased
raises
the debt
the
limit?
debt ceiling while creating spending reductions?
Yes, we have.
What's the consequence of defaulting on our debt?
It's never happened, so the consequences could be catastrophic.
What is the alternative? We've heard a lot that, today that the Fiscal Responsibility Act isn't the answer. What alternative are we looking at if we don't move forward with this negotiated agreement?
A blank check debt limit increase.
Thank you. Before I close, I just want to note we would likely have not been able to secure the conservative items in the Fiscal Responsibility Act as standalone bills. We did pass a bill to reduce funding for the IRS. Chairman Smith, where is that bill now?
It's waiting for action in the Senate.
Let's see here. We did rescind COVID funding. Where is that now?
It's waiting for action in the Senate.
Right. Do you think we could have gotten administrative pay-go as a standalone bill?
I believe so.
We could have passed administrative pay-go as a standalone bill?
Out of the House?
Yes. I mean, into law.
Into law, I don't think that the Senate would ever have taken it up.
So none of these bills. We've got reducing funding for the IRS. That could pass the House. It can't pass the Senate. It won't get signed by the president. Work requirements for TANF and SNAP. Student loan repayments. We've heard from some folks saying that, well, this doesn't address the student loan bailout. Did we do a bill that rescinded funds for the student loan bailout?
Yes.
What happened to that?
It's waiting for action in the Senate.
And who controls the Senate?
The Democrats.
Who controls the White House?
The Democrats.
So could we have gotten permitting reform through the Senate and to the president?
I think if you talk to Senator Manchin, he was promised permitting reform, but apparently, even though he's a Democrat, it's still, they're not following through on their obligations in permitting reform.
And in fact, we passed H.R. 1 and H.R. 2. One was a Border Security Act, one was an Energy Act. Where are those bills now?
They're still trying to get their members to have any kind of action.
Okay. Do you think that the Senate would pass budget caps for 6 years?
Absolutely not.
So all of these things that we got in the Fiscal Responsibility Act are major accomplishments in my view. Let's be clear, as Mr. Massey correctly noted, this debt ceiling bill says to the American people and the rest of the world that we will pay our debts, but we will do so only by putting us on a better fiscal path. This isn't a bill that authorizes new spending. The money has already been spent. We are cutting the spending trajectory and adding some components like work requirements, like permitting reform for economic growth. The appropriations bills in October is where the future spending or cutting in spending will occur. This bill will force an open process with no omnibus bills at the last second, and it will force spending cuts. This bill isn't perfect, but the Fiscal Responsibility Act achieves the important principles included in Limit, Save, Grow and fulfills one of House Republicans' key commitments to the American people in tying a reduction in spending to any debt limit increase. You know what? You want to know what's remarkable about that? Republicans don't control the White House. They don't control the Senate. We only control 1/2 of 1/3 of government. We are certainly punching above our weight. For the first time ever, an increase in the debt ceiling is coupled with a reduction in spending year over year. In fact, this new bill will cut spending by $2.1 trillion if the proposed budget caps are left in place for all 6 years, according to the preliminary estimates from the CBO. I came here to fight, and I'm fighting against a clean debt ceiling increase, which is undoubtedly what we will be faced with if we do not support this bill. There's no better deal to be had. The alternative here is a clean debt increase where Democrats can keep on spending unimpeded right off a cliff. And in a clean debt ceiling, we will not only lose what we gained in Limit, Save, Grow, but we'll also lose the historic cuts and savings that we achieved in the Fiscal Responsibility Act. The Democrats wanted a clean debt ceiling. They wanted a tax and spend budget. We've successfully fought back against that in this bill and cut spending. There's a saying in court, if both sides are unhappy with the result, it's probably a balanced agreement. We should take these wins while they're on the table before the left takes them away. That's what House Republicans have delivered for the American people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from New York is recognized for any questions he cares to pose to the panel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As we all know, the Biden administration, under the Inflation Reduction Act, enacted $79 billion in new funding for the IRS, doubling the agency's budget by 2031 and growing its workforce by tens of thousands. This is funding that will lead, according to the latest GAO reports, to 600,000 more audits on middle-class taxpayers. Chairman Smith, can you walk us through the cuts that this legislation includes to stop the Biden IRS hiring and auditing blitz on the American middle class?
So we've been asking for the IRS to give us a plan of how they wanted to spend the additional $80 billion that they had. One, they finally gave that to Congress about 8 weeks ago. They've broken down how they were spending the $80 billion. $1.4 billion of it was for hiring more agents. And what the bill before you does, it eliminates that $1.4 billion for this year.
So we've eliminated the hiring of new agents for this fiscal year in this agreement.
According to the IRS's plan, that's why there's the $1.4 billion being removed from this bill.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman Smith. In January, the first vote we took as House Republicans was to rescind the billions in taxpayer dollars allotted to the IRS by the Biden administration for the thousands of new agents and hundreds of thousands of new audits. The Biden administration vowed to supercharge the IRS with new money and agents to extend the long arm of enforcement into the pockets of, not the top earners, but everyday taxpayers making less than $75,000 a year. Now, flash forward to today, and we have now included in this deal provisions to stop the Biden administration from funding this IRS expansion. I'd like to pivot here, Chairman Smith, to the subject of work requirements included in the legislation. Under the current law, states must demonstrate at least 50% of the state's work-eligible individuals receiving assistance through the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, or TANF program, are engaged in work or the states face a penalty. Chairman Smith, how have states skirted these requirements and penalties, and how does the Fiscal Responsibility Act restore accountability to this safety net program?
There's several ways that the states have created loopholes in regards to TANF. For example, under that work participation rate, every state's supposed to be at 50%, but they have found, in fact, 34 states last year had 0% participation rate. 57% of all TANF recipients were not part of the work requirement. And so this bill actually closes a loophole. One way that they would change the participation rates is by issuing small checks. This outlines in this bill that checks under $35 are not counted towards the guidelines in order to qualify as fulfilling the guidelines of the work requirements. It also changes the caseload numbers that they looked at in 2005 to at least 2015. Our original bill brought it to, current. So it does a couple great modifications that actually, it's the most substantial reforms to TANF in over 2 decades.
Very good. Thank you. And similarly to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, how have state waivers pushed by Democratic administrations allowed for states to skirt SNAP requirements? And what does this legislation do to steer SNAP back towards greater accountability as a hand up rather than a permanent government dependency program?
One of the things that states do within the food stamp program is implement a lot of waivers. I mean, right now, there are just state after state where every county is covered by a waiver to avoid having to do work requirements. And some of that may have made sense in 2008 and 2009 when the Great Recession hit and unemployment rate was so high and people had difficulty getting jobs. But now with the economy humming the way it is now, unemployment rate down, in low digits, 40-year lows, there's not that problem with people having the opportunity to get jobs. And the American people are very charitable. They want to be able to help people, give them a hand up, but they also expect that there's an obligation and responsibility on the part of the recipients as well.
And thank you. How do you see these reforms to TANF and SNAP helping House Republicans to restore long-term accountability to these programs beyond the legislation that we have in front of us today?
I think one of the things that we look at is, one, how do we help the economy grow? Having more people back in the workforce, helping build their skills back up, and getting into a full-time job. Ultimately, being skilled and having positions where they earn enough that they don't need food stamps or TANF assistance at all. That's obviously a benefit. Actually, it's a double benefit. You don't have the spending to provide that hand up, but you also have tax revenue that comes from the increased and improvements in the economy.
Thank you, Chairman Smith and Congressman Estes. The bottom line is this: this administration cannot be allowed to use the potential of a default as a threat to bully Congress and the American taxpayer into passing a carte blanche clean debt ceiling that does nothing to shore up the out-of-control spending that goes on at this very point today. Now, House Republicans, we went to the negotiating table, and for 100 days, there was no action from the White House. They were the sole voice in the conversation about our country's fiscal future. And we came back with legislation that we have before us today. As my colleagues have pointed out, it represents the largest reduction to our nation's deficit in history. And this legislation includes $2 trillion in cuts to government spending, a halt to the Biden administration's aggressive expansion of the IRS that could be targeted right at middle-class America, a clawback of $28 billion in unspent COVID funds from the boondoggle legislation that Democrats and President Biden spent the last 2 years enacting into law, causing historic inflation that hurt so many Americans, and a restoration of accountability and work requirements to safety net programs that ensure that they give Americans a hand up, not a permanent government dependency. We have an opportunity today to ensure that any increase in the debt ceiling comes with important provisions and put the brakes on some of this administration's worst policies and saves hardworking taxpayers trillions of dollars in the process. We owe it to our veterans and our children and our grandchildren to get this process started. It's a long process, and our work is not nearly done. We have to get much more done through the appropriations process. This isn't everything that we wanted. Limit, Save, Grow wasn't everything that many people within the Republican conference wanted, but it was a step in the right direction. And in divided government, this legislation before us provides the next practical step forward. So once again, I appreciate all the work that went into hammering out this critical deal, an important first step that we have before us today, and I yield back.
I thank my friend, the gentleman from New York, for his thoughtful questions. I want to thank each member of the panel for your patience and being here, and your staff who have been here behind you all these long hours. But the witnesses are excused again with our thanks for your patience. I'd now like to invite up the following members, some of whom, by the way, I know have been in and out, are not here now. We'll squeeze them in as they get here. But Congressman Sessions, Congressman Duarte, Congressman Palmer, Congressman Ogles, Congressman Grothman, and Congressman Clyde, and Congresswoman Jackson Lee. So you all could come up, and if we can't get all of you, just hang back and we'll do another panel. Mr. Chairman, it's particularly good to have you here.
Chairman, it's been a long day for the Rules Committee already, I can tell.
Never too long that we're not happy to hear from you. Okay, if we can, we'll just get started on amendment testimony, and we'll just move down the line. So if we could, Ms. Jackson Lee, I'll start with you, and then we'll just go right on down. So the gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Chairman, thank you very much. I come here today acknowledging the parameters that we are in. This is an unusual setting. It's not the usual bill that would be subject to a closed rule. It is the life and death of this nation. Near default will ruin all of the people that we care about. And if I might, any effort to save us from H.R. 1 is a step in the right direction. Many of us are troubled, but I am very grateful on some basic points that I hear my friends consistently talking about, and I will abbreviate my amendments to allow me just to say these few points, consistently talking about the denying of the ability of the Department of Defense to function, and the men and women to function after coming from a very emotional Memorial Day that many of us went through. I'm confident that we will have a fighting force, and these are false straw men. Confident that Ukraine will be taken care of in what the President has tried to do. In addition, there was a long journey about deficit or debt to GDP. One thing we can guarantee is that the CBO indicate that the deficit will go down. But if you attack only the smallest amount of dollars, non-discretionary dollars, and not the other large pieces, you're not going to see the debt go down as one might expect, but you will see the deficit go down, and that is a combination of all of us working together, including the President's, in essence, holding of the line. I know it's not good to try to tout what one side has gotten and another side has gotten, but I do think it's important to correct misstatements that have been seemingly occurring over and over again. There's nothing wrong with an omnibus or a minibus. If Mr. Massey's concerns can be answered, we will have done our job and got it done so that we don't get a decrease. My final point is for those of us who realize the vulnerable people in this country, to the President and his team, and certainly he had to have agreement, we are being responsible by maintaining the 2023 funding. Some of us feel the pain of that, but it is certainly different from the draconian cuts of H.R. 1. So I open with those points and want to offer, I don't want to give a long message on the detailed aspect of it, but I do want to say to Ms. McGovern, I feel the discomfort in the fact that from the time I've been here, and I was here for a dear friend and the previous president when I first came in, when there was a big call for welfare reform. I come from a constituency of hardworking people where there have been great leaders that have come out of families that were on welfare, and they became great contributors to the nation. I voted against the work requirements that were in at that time in the new welfare reform, and I stand very confidently that that was the right thing to do. There are less deadbeats and queens than there are good, hardworking, desperate people who cannot tolerate the high costs sometimes of living in the United States. And so I noticed that TANF and SNAP have been touted as we've got them. It's a get-you piece of the legislation. I think what the compromise was, and give some comfort, but I just want us to think about why do we go in that direction to feed people and keep a roof over people's heads, and those people happen to be individuals raising children, caring for a sick loved one, or caring for someone who is in a physical condition and needs care. I hope someday that we will redefine able-bodied, because the language is bad, because it looks like you're talking about the boxing champion of the world, and you're saying that the able-bodied champion boxer is getting welfare. And that is not the case. I don't know where we came up with the ridiculous language of able-bodied. I don't know if somebody whose body is riddled with cancer and they've got limbs, they can walk. I don't know if they're able-bodied or not. I know they're in pain and they cannot function. So I'm offering amendments because we have been talking about the idea of SNAP and students and young people, and we have been able to capture those in aging out of foster care, but I have an amendment that would add a provision to extend exemption regarding current work requirement exemptions in the Food and Nutrition Act for a parent or person responsible for a dependent child up to the age of 24. Who knows what condition that child may be in, but we all know the story of children returning home for various desperate reasons. In Texas, 79% of SNAP participants are families with children. It's more than the national rate of 69% of SNAP participants across the country being families with children. In addition, our state is very challenged to be as enthusiastic as other states are about trying to help these people. Further, the SNAP participation rate in Texas for working poor people is 72%, which is also more than the national rate of 41%. We need to understand that parents continue to support children beyond the age of adolescence, impacting financial resources for families well into their early 20s. And just as a final point, across the country, there are 5.134 million and 528,000 in Texas, age 18 to 24, living in poverty. Statistics show us in 2021. And so, who knows, the parents may be sick and elderly. And I would hope that, I know this is not a place for change, but as we are trying to cut back, I want you to know there are other problems. Maybe on the other side of this, we'll get a chance to, once for all, dig into able-bodied. Makes me think of someone who go out and go on a construction line. or like I said, box, or run a 4-minute mile, or less than that. I guess that's slow nowadays. I have an amendment number 59, that was amendment number 56. Amendment number 59, that would extend the former foster care exemption to individuals, all individuals 24 or younger under state custody and aging out of critical support services. Just think that there are 23,000 children that will age out. That age is younger than 24. And every year in Texas, more than 1,200 voting adults age out of the foster care system, and they need a little bit more help. They wind up homeless. And I just think that we can help a little bit more in terms of children and young people who are really trying to make it. Part-time education. I heard, Ms. McGovern, you also talked about the difficulty of transport, housing, when people are trying to move themselves out of poverty. I think we should recognize that people are impoverished not because of themselves and because of their desire, but because of conditions of life. Many youth in the juvenile and criminal justice system are not deemed to be indigent, but also have had contact with the foster care system, have been removed from their homes, even if they have not been formally adjudicated as a foster child. We need to help those, because otherwise we're dumping them on the other side of failure. I want to offer those amendments and conclude my remarks by indicating that I will address my other amendments in another form, because I understand that they are included in present law, and that is amendment number 62 and amendment number 63. I ask unanimous consent to withdraw those amendments at this time.
Without objection.
And so my amendments to be offered today are amendments number 59 and amendments number 56, dealing with our youth, dealing with students. We're still trying to get our hands around what happens to hardworking students, part-time students. We think that the issue is in the weeds, and if I can add clarity to that. But I conclude my remarks, Mr. Chairman, by simply saying that to offer to the Biden administration that the fight was a deep one, and it was because I believe the President and Democrats have a responsibility of protecting the American people, their quality of life, and their future. And that is what we fought to do. And it should be very clear that this side budget was because, unlike the Democrats' leadership with the past president of raising the debt ceiling 3 times without hostage taking, this did not happen. And so I want to have a good tone here and just say that the work that both sides did was worthy of the American people's need to be protected in their quality of life, and the most vulnerable at the beginning of life and the sunset of life and the future of this nation. So I ask my colleagues to support the Jackson Lee amendments, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer, is recognized to testify in his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the attendance of the committee members here to hear my thoughts on these things. I have 2 amendments. One of them deals with the Section 263 and the right of the director of the Office Management Budget to have a waiver on the pay-go as part of the Fiscal Responsibility Act. I think what my amendment would do is reinstate judicial review. I think this is important because of a restoration of the separation of powers, particularly when it comes to appropriations. And I think this should apply to Democrat or Republicans. It should apply to a Democrat or Republican administration, that Congress has a responsibility, constitutional responsibility, to appropriate and to exercise oversight over appropriations. And what we have with the bill as is currently written, we basically eliminate the right to judicial review. And so my amendment simply would reinstate that option for Congress as an oversight matter that I think is very important, considering how the powers of the House in particular the powers of Congress and the powers of the House in particular have been diminished over the years in terms of separation of powers and losing our ability to maintain oversight over appropriations. The Second Amendment, okay. You don't want me to start over, though, do you? I know nobody else here wants me to start over. Okay. Okay. I I will not start over. The other amendment has to do with the work requirements, waivers for veterans and for homeless people and for people in foster care. I want to make clear that my position on work requirements is a combination of personal experience and just, I care about people, and I care about the potential that people have. I don't know if there's anybody here that's ever stood in line to sign up for food stamps or gone with their mom to collect what back when I was a kid they call commodities. But I know what that's like. When I was in college, to Member Jackson Lee's comments, I worked a part-time job, but I got in line for food stamps, and I decided not to apply. But I understand what it's like not to have anything. But I also understand how work unleashes the opportunity not only for self-sufficiency, but for potential. So what I'm suggesting by way of amendment is that in the case of veterans or homeless people or people in foster care, if they have a condition related to that needs treatment, whether it's mental health, a physical issue, which falls under the able-bodied category, but also drug rehabilitation, that we not cast those people aside, not give them a chance to discover their potential. I think it diminishes the quality of life for all of us to have so many Americans on government dependence. There's no telling how many great scientists, great teachers, great artists, great leaders that have been trapped in this cycle. A cycle that I could have easily been trapped in myself. I'm the first person in my family to go to college. My dad had an 8th grade education. He thought a high school degree was all you needed. But I know what the potential of so many people could be if we unleash that. And so what I would suggest in way of an amendment, and unfortunately I don't know the amendment number because it just got filed a little while ago, that we allow these people who are in that category of homeless and veteran, who are able-bodied, who are not being treated for other issues, to be under the work requirements. And I'd be happy to take any questions that the committee might have.
Mr. Chairman, I do have several amendments, and it may be in order for me to defer to my two colleagues, who I think you each have one, correct? And so out of respect to their time, I'm happy to. Okay. Yes, sir. Just trying to. Well, I want to thank you all. This process is incredibly important, and the opportunity to be here. Last month, the House passed a bill that would have allowed for $4.8 trillion in savings over 10 years, the Limit Save Grow Act, and it had a $1.5 trillion cap. And now what we're proposing or looking at is, estimated to be roughly $4 trillion. It could be more, it could be less. I think we've heard in testimony that a lot of the savings that are being projected under the PAYGO provision may actually not be realized. So it looks good on paper, but in reality won't be realized. So my Amendment 62 puts a dollar cap on the current plan of $1.5 trillion. And it goes back to what we passed. You had 217 Republicans vote for that. And so with that, sir, I would submit number 62. 77 is simply an extension. I think there is some dismay within the caucus, really on both sides, I would argue, that we need a little more time. So what this does, it's just a clean increase for 30 days, gives Speaker McCarthy time to get with the White House and the Senate to hash out a deal that I think is more acceptable and palatable, especially for the Republican caucus, my colleagues. And so I would submit number 77 for review, please, sir. 74, similar in that it moves the date up to September 30th, 2024, just before November. And every month we move it up is $1 saved for the American people. And again, one of my biggest concerns I have under our current plan is there's no cap in place. And I know, we have a family, we have 3 kids, go to a small private Christian school. That's a life choice, but we live on a budget. And what we're saying to the American people is that we're going to live on a budget too, not just an arbitrary timeline that has an unlimited dollar amount there, sir. Number 61 is the repeal of the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022. I had a standalone bill, which is the Inflation Reduction Act of 2023. What that does is that claws back the $400 billion in green energy subsidies that have been presented to the American people and is a waste of taxpayer money. Number 64 is a hiring freeze. No new dollars will be used by the Internal Revenue Service to hire additional employees. And again, what that does is, since we did not fully repeal the monies for the new agents, it just puts a freeze in place, prevents them from targeting hardworking Americans and their paychecks. The number 68 is repealing the IRA of 2022, National Environment Policy Act. And again, sir, we're just clawing back some of those dollars, wasted dollars, hardworking dollars, American taxpayer. Number 73 defunds the U.S. Agency for Global Media through 25. This is a woke agency that is getting taxpayer dollars and is literally being weaponized against American citizens. And so it's time we send a message to whether it's entities, organizations, or countries for that matter. If you're going to be a partner of the United States, you need to truly be a partner and not be targeting us behind our backs. And then lastly, sir, number 72 defunds the ATF through fiscal year 25. They've been weaponized like other agencies against the American people. They've been regulating the gun industry by press release and fiat and not going through the proper channels, the congressional approval process. And so with that, sir, I submit those for unanimous consent.
Thank you very much. Now my great pleasure to recognize the distinguished former chairman of the committee, our good friend. Good to see you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Cole, thank you very much, and Ranking Member McGovern, thank you very much for allowing me to join you today. I must confess, I enjoyed watching the first several hours of this with great delight. It's kind of reminded me of being in your chairs. Mr. Chairman, before I get started, I wanted you to know that I passed out to you and the Ranking Member and perhaps other members a list of the historical information about revenue that the United States government receives. Please note in 2010, $2.16 trillion. In 22, $4.9 trillion. We have grown the amount of revenue in this country. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you and each of your members for their attention today. Each of you are distinguished members of this committee, and your service to this Congress is very important. Today, I add an amendment to H.R. 3746, Fiscal Responsibility Act. As the text for this legislation was published over the weekend, I began looking to find what I could and to see what would be said about people who went through the 99-page bill. I was pleased to see that there are many helpful measures that were negotiated between the White House and our young speaker, including in the bill to move our federal government closer to a stable financial footing. I'm pleased that 2 appropriations packages that we passed, the next 2, will be constrained by spending limits, and I'm committed to you today that I will support continuing these limits through the year 2029, the entire process. I was also glad to see NEPA reforms included in this bill, which I hope will contribute to domestic energy production and cut back the amount to which federal agencies interfere and undermine the development of critical infrastructure that fuels this country and saves us from further embarrassment of inflation. With that said, I am far from the first to say this bill could go much further. You've had a number of people say that today. But I would like to quote former Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Admiral Michael Mullen, who formally observed in 2010, the most significant threat to our national security is our debt. I'm pleased that this bill maintains defense spending while making necessary cuts to non-defense spending. However, our national security is not measured solely by what Congress appropriates to our defense efforts. It's really the overall spending that would be the problem. My amendment that I'm here to speak of today, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member in committee, would add to the overall spending reductions in this bill and provide accountability for the Internal Revenue Service. As currently written, however, the bill rescinds $1.4 billion from the IRS's Enforcement and Operations Fund from the so-called Inflation Reduction Act. Rescinding $1.4 billion this year is not a fix when there's an additional $70 billion that will be appropriated over the next 10 years. My amendment would rescind all unobligated funding provided to the Internal Revenue Service in the Inflation Reduction Act. Notably, my amendment would retain the amount appropriated for taxpayer services, including taxpayer advocacy, help with filing, and other customer service operations. Congress provided an additional $80 billion of new spending over the next 10 years in the IRA. The administration declared that this funding would be used to hire 87,000 new IRS agents, in addition to the headcount that they presently have, and similarly increase audits in the effort to pay for other spending which was included in the previously passed IRA. Writing an 11-figure check to a failed agency is not going to fix their problems. An 11-figure check that comes directly off the bottom line of debt. The IRS has shown itself to have serious operational challenges in collecting and processing returns, and I'm sure we're all familiar with the difficulty constituents are having in filing their annual income tax returns. This is an agency that must not be rewarded, but must be held accountable. The federal employees who work at the IRS must fully come back to work for this agency to work properly and for them to be held accountable and to be responsible, just like other agencies that are vital to the United States government and the people of this country. Operational enforcement changes must be considered on an annual basis through the Congressional Appropriations and Oversight process, instead of providing unprecedented sums of funding first and asking questions later. I am generally supportive of the IT modernization and structure changes that the IRS is undertaking to ensure that the agency can collect lawfully owed taxes and process returns in a timely manner. But it must be done through regular annual appropriations processes, in my opinion. As you know, one of the first actions that this chamber took back in January was passing the gentleman from Nebraska, Congressman Adrian Smith's Family and Small Business Taxpayer Protection Act. It was passed almost identically a measure a few weeks ago in the Limit, Save, and Grow Act. I believe that the full rescission of these IRS funds is fiscally responsible to take as an action by Congress in this raising the debt limit. I want to thank each of you for considering the issues and ideas I brought to you. And I want you to know that I appreciate your time that each of you make to this important committee. Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for any testimony he has about any amendments before the committee.
Thank you to Chairman Cole, and thank you for considering my amendment. IRS funding must be readdressed in the Fiscal Responsibility Act. This issue is personal for me because I was a victim of the weaponized IRS back in 2013. And it took till 2019 when President Trump signed into law the RESPECT Act as part of the Taxpayer First Act for me to finally get some justice in dealing with the IRS. Despite claims to the contrary that this bill eliminates the 2023 funding for Joe Biden's auditing army of IRS agents, the bill text doesn't lie. In reality, the bill text shows a cut of less than $1.4 billion, actually $1.39 billion to be more exact. Because it is an advanced appropriation of $80 billion, the rescission of $1.39 will do nothing to reduce the hiring of more IRS agents this year or next year or the year after that until 2031. As a reminder, last year we promised the American people that we would repeal the $80 billion that the Democrats advance appropriated to the already bloated IRS. We promised American taxpayers that we would protect them from increased and targeted audits. And we promised the nation that this would be a top priority under House Republican majority. The $1.39 billion rescission leaves these promises unfulfilled. If this bill passes the House in its current form without a full rescission of what remains of the $80 billion, then the IRS still has over $78 billion to spend from now, that's 2023, till 2031 to hire tens of thousands of IRS agents. If not 87,000, then maybe just 85,000. What my amendment does leave in place is the taxpayer services portion. It also leaves in place the business systems modernization portion. But it eliminates the portions dealing with IRS oversight and weaponization, in my opinion. So my amendment is critical to keeping our promise to the American people in the very first bill the Republican majority passed in the House. Every Republican voted for it then, and so I hope every Republican will vote for it again today. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. I now recognize my good friend from Wisconsin, Mr. Grossman.
Yep, I'll try to make it quick because votes are going on. We have two amendments here. First is number 33. President Biden has proposed equity action teams to kind of monitor every government agency. I think it's offensive. They want to judge people by race. They want to permanently cause people to look at each other as being part of a race. So the purpose is to defund those and make sure that they don't get off the ground in the future. The Second Amendment, Amendment 75, for whatever reason, the people put together this bill knew we needed work requirements for SNAP. They said we shouldn't have them for Medicaid, which kind of I predicted, but they left low-income housing untouched. I think as far as discouraging work and discouraging marriage, I think low-income housing is even a more dangerous program than the food stamps. So I'm including low-income housing in the mix of having work requirements. The amendment as drafted just includes Section 8 housing, which is an error on my part because there are other low-income housings as well, but that's what we have before us. I would appreciate it if you'd let that to the floor, because I don't think our team fought on the low-income housing front at all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know for the stenographer, we've been joined by the gentlelady from Colorado, Ms. Bobert, and gentlelady's recognized for any amendment she cares to testify on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I filed 7 amendments to the so-called Fiscal Responsibility Act. These amendments rightfully place the conservative policies we voted for in the Limit, Save, Grow Act into this current bill. Last month, House Republicans did our job while the Senate sat idly by and Joe Biden continued to do nothing. We did our job and we passed a bill. We voted to responsibly raise the debt ceiling in exchange for enacting pro-policies and real spending cuts. Our bill saved taxpayers $4.8 trillion and included real reforms. This bill unfortunately gives Joe Biden a blank check to sink the American people and spend trillions of dollars without any caps. The American people will be sent further into debt after this administration and a Democrat-controlled Senate required Americans to spend $10 trillion more over the next 10 years than we previously estimated to spend. My Amendment 34 inserts Section 101 of the Limit, Save, Grow Act to set discretionary spending limits. These changes limit future spending by returning discretionary spending to pre-pandemic levels while maintaining a strong national defense and protecting Medicare and Social Security. My Amendment 35 strikes Sections 231, 322, and 323 and inserts a Lower Energy Costs Act to increase domestic energy production and exportation, reduce regulatory burdens, and reform permitting across all sectors of the economy to result in $3.4 billion in savings. We should make important reforms to NEPA for the first time since 1982, and I'm glad this bill attempts to do that. However, it does not go far enough. As currently written, the bill only includes minimal changes to the current permitting process. This bill still allows for unnecessary litigation that actually holds up these projects to proceed. These provisions also disproportionately benefit renewable energy, which is very unreliable. H.R. 1 includes the permitting reform America needs in addition to reducing gas prices by providing certainty for responsible energy production and preventing baseless litigation. My Amendment 37 strikes Titles 1 and 2 of Division C and inserts reasonable work requirements on SNAP, TANF, and Medicaid to lift people out of poverty, grow the workforce, and reduce federal entitlement spending, likely resulting in $120.1 billion in savings. More Americans are receiving welfare benefits than ever before. During COVID, Congress expanded welfare, and this administration campaigned on going even further by creating new entitlement programs. There are still nearly $10 million unfulfilled in job openings across the country. This is almost 2 jobs for every unemployed person. This labor shortage continues to affect everything from small businesses to large-scale construction and manufacturing projects. And I don't see a clock. Do I have a time limit here? Yeah. Okay, I don't see a clock. No? Okay. I was going to skip ahead.
There's a vote on the floor now.
My Amendment 38 inserts the REINS Act to require congressional approval of any federal regulation that has an economic effect of at least $100 million, spurring economic growth and reducing the burden on small businesses and families. The GOP majority has been empowered to hold the Biden administration accountable and demand transparency by revealing just how much Biden's executive orders are costing American families and small businesses. And unfortunately, in the current bill that we are currently debating, the administrative pay-go allows the director of OMB to suspend any of these regulations at any time. It's kind of like the fox guarding the hen house here. It is far past time to take our Article I authority back from the executive branch and stop spending money we don't have. A argument my husband and I often had over the years. My Amendment 39 inserts Section 201 of Limit, Save, Grow to rescind unobligated COVID funds to result in $29.5 billion in immediate savings. COVID is over, simply put. We need to stop paying for these unnecessary programs. My Amendment 42 inserts Division B, Title III of the Limit, Save, Grow Act to repeal federal spending on the Green New Deal tax credits, resulting in $569.5 billion in savings. My Amendment 43 requires any future pauses on student loan repayment to be approved by Congress. This ensures the executive branch can never again abuse their authority. All of my amendments strengthen this bill to make good on the promises we made to the American people, and I urge the committee to make my amendments in order, and I thank you so much for your time. I yield.
Thank you. Are there any questions on the Democratic side? No? Are there any questions on the Republican side? I want to thank all of our witnesses for
Thank you, Mr.
appearing
Chairman.
before us today, and we appreciate it.
Chairman,
The co-
I didn't at the beginning say thank you all for the time given.
You're very kind. Thank the gentlelady. Are there any other questions? Well, for the panel, we've done that. Is there anyone else seeking to testify on H.R. 3746?
Oh, I think I got another one.
Seeing none, hearing none, this closes the hearing portion. Without objection, the committee stands in recess, subject to call of the chair.
I think you can do a one-sheeter and put a one-sheeter in this record. But I guess you have to do it before I close. One about the extent, you know, what it covers. I mean, I tried, remember you sent the text back?
Yeah, no, it's in the statement. I was just saying for your comments.
Okay.
Just to clarify.
Well, if it's in the statement, I'm getting ready to put it in.
Yeah, no, it's in here.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee grant H.R. 3746, the Fiscal Responsibility Act of 2023, a closed rule. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that the amendment printed in the Rules Committee report shall be considered as adopted. The rule provides that the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees. Finally, the rule provides one motion to recommit.
Thank you very much. You've now heard the motion. Is there any discussion or amendment to the rule?
I'm not sure it'll be helpful. So no.
All right, hearing no request for further amendments, the questions on the motion to report, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
As for roll call, Mr. Chairman?
Roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Rushenthaler. Mr. Rushenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Massey.
Aye.
Mr. Massey, aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin, aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy, aye. Mr. McGovern.
No.
Mr. McGovern, no. Ms. Scanlon. No. Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Neguse. No. Mr. Neguse, no. Ms. Ledger Fernandez. No. Ms. Ledger Fernandez, no. Mr. Chairman.
6 to 6, what should I do? Aye.
Mr. Chairman, aye.
Clerk will report the tally.
7 yeas, 6 nays.
Motion is agreed to. With that,
Who's carrying it for you?
with, I will be carrying it for us.
And you're so lucky, I will be carrying it for the Democrats.
It's been my lucky day, Mr. Ranking Member. So, again. I'll let him speak. Okay. Without objection, the committee's adjourned.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee grant H.R. 3746, the Fiscal Responsibility Act of 2023, a closed rule. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that the amendment printed in the Rules Committee report shall be considered as adopted. The rule provides that the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees. Finally, the rule provides one motion to recommit.
Thank you very much. You've now heard the motion. Is there any discussion or amendment to the rule?
I'm not sure it'll be helpful. So no.
All right, hearing no request for further amendments, the questions on the motion to report, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
As for roll call, Mr. Chairman?
Roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Rushenthaler. Mr. Rushenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Massey.
Aye.
Mr. Massey, aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin, aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy, aye. Mr. McGovern.
No.
Mr. McGovern, no. Ms. Scanlon. No. Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Neguse. No. Mr. Neguse, no. Ms. Ledger Fernandez. No. Ms. Ledger Fernandez, no. Mr. Chairman.
6-6, what should I do? Aye.
Mr. Chairman, aye.
Clerk will report the tally.
7 yeas, 6 nays.
Motion is agreed to. With that,
Who's carrying it for you?
with, I will be carrying it for us.
And you're so lucky, I will be carrying it for the Democrats.
It's been my lucky day, Mr. Ranking Member. So, again. I'll let him speak. Okay. Without objection, the committee's adjourned. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee grant H.R. 3746, the Fiscal Responsibility Act of 2023, a closed rule. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that the amendment printed in the Rules Committee report shall be considered as adopted. The rule provides that the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees. Finally, the rule provides one motion to recommit.
Thank you very much. You've now heard the motion. Is there any discussion or amendment to the rule?
I'm not sure it'll be helpful. So no.
All right, hearing no request for further amendments, the questions on the motion to report, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
As for roll call, Mr. Chairman?
Roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Rushenthaler. Mr. Rushenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Massey.
Aye.
Mr. Massey, aye. Mr. Norman.
Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, aye. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, aye. Mr. McGovern?
No.
Mr. McGovern, no. Ms. Scanlon? No. Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Neguse? No. Mr. Neguse, no. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? No. Ms. Ledger Fernandez, no. Mr. Chairman?
6 to 6, what should I do? Aye.
Mr. Chairman, aye.
Clerk will report the tally.
7 yeas, 6 nays.
Motion is agreed to. With that,
Who's carrying it for you?
with, I will be carrying it for us.
And you're so lucky, I will be carrying it for the Democrats.
It's been my lucky day, Mr. Ranking Member. So, again. I'll let him speak. Okay. Without objection, the committee's adjourned.